One of the 6 seniors making a senior day start in game 1. And there's a pitch over for a strike at the knees. 1 ball and 1 strike. And Reed has struck out the first 2 batters here in the first inning that he's faced. Now back out of play. 1 and 2. El Dorado down to their final strike here in this half inning.
This has been pretty efficient by Reed.
For Reed Scott this season. As he comes set, and the delivery of the 1-2 pitch, and that is punched down the right field line, foul. Still 1 ball and 2 strikes. He has a walks plus hits and innings pitched of 1.25. That is the lowest of his career. 1-2 pitch. Check swing. Fastball away. Ball 2, 2-2.
Boy, throw that ball that's up a little bit and then come right back with that fastball at the knees or the breaking pitch down. It's tough to hold off.
Wind up in the 2-2 pitch. Hit in the air to left field. Van Bruggen going over toward the line. He'll make the play. And there are 3 up and 3 down here in the top half of the first inning, including 2 strikeouts. Reed Scott retires the Wildcats in order. It is the 9th time. That is a team best. He's done that this season. 0-0 to the bottom of the first on HKFM and the Crusader Sports Network.
Many humans can attest the pain of arthritis can affect the quality of their lives. This pain also affects our dogs and even has the potential to prematurely end their lives. Hi, this is Dr. Randy Smith from Appalachian Animal Hospital. We have seen an explosion of canine anti-inflammatory drugs and joint support supplements. Dog owners can now help ease the aches and pains of arthritis and return these affected pets to a walk in the park or a game of fetch. For more information about these medications and the care of canine arthritis, call us at Appalachian Animal Hospital, 662-0515.
At Dick's Phillips 66, our family has kept motorists on the road for nearly 60 years. Hi, this is Janet Dick, inviting you to stop by our locally owned station at 1215 East 4th in Hutch. Dick's offers top-tier gasoline, grab-and-go food options, and friendly service. Wherever you're headed, every journey begins with a stop at Dick's Phillips 66, 4th and Stevens in Hutch.
Newfeld's Flooring, your experts in design and installation of carpet, tile, wood, and vinyl floor covering. Proudly sponsoring Buhler High School activities, Newfeld's Flooring in downtown Buhler.
Buhler Crusader Baseball on HKFM.
Back here at Wheatland Park, 0-0 game, bottom of the first. Coverage brought to you by Mid-Kansas Credit Union, by Ray & Sons Roofing, by Hutchinson Community College, and by Adams Brown Strategic Allies and CPAs. Austin Spann will lead off this bottom of the first inning, followed by Neal and Henderson.
Number 3,
Austin Spann went 2 for 8 in the Handale series on Monday with 5 runs scored. Spanny with 15 hits and 47 at-bats. Batting average of .319. He's waiting the first pitch. Curveball upstairs from Draven Fowler. 1 ball and no strikes. Austin Spann, one of those guys that is trying to work himself into a hot streak. 1-0 pitch. Upstairs, ball 2.
Lots of times for a kid like Austin, you know, work a couple of walks, that gets you going. He's so dangerous on the base paths.
He brings a 5-game hit streak to the to the plate. 2-0 pitch, big cut, swing and a miss, and it's 2-1. Draven Fowler, right-hander, works from the first base side of the rubber. Looks long in for the sign. Now comes set. The windup in the pitch. Off speed, swing and a miss, and it's 2-2. Fowler didn't have a lot of motion to his windup. Really didn't pick the leg up very high.
No, it's very understated delivery. Very quiet.
2-2 pitch. And in on the hands, fouled back to the screen, still 2-2.
Would sure seem like Fowler could go a lot of pitches, just doesn't use a ton of energy with each one of those deliveries.
Gives the nod to his catcher, set to go, 2-2 pitch.
Good
and
pitch.
a breaking pitch in the inside corner, punches out Austin Spann, called strike 3 looking, and there's 1 away. And for Austin, that is his 9th strikeout of the season, and that'll bring up Bradley Neal. Bradley Neal, the shortstop. 18 hits and 48 at-bats. Bradley batting .375. Leads the team in extra base hits with 7, and he takes a strike on the outside corner. Bradley 4 for 9. He had a very good Andale series, scored 4 runs. Bumped his average up to .375. There's a ground ball to the third baseman. Throw across in time, and they're 2 away. Bradley grounds out 5-3. So 2 up and 2 down. Quick start to the game. El Dorado went 1-2-3 in the top half of this inning. That'll bring up the third baseman, Ryan Henderson, batting .472. Ryan leads the team in hits with 25. 25 and 53 at-bats. Also leads the team in RBIs with 30, and he takes strike 1. Ryan Henderson has been consistent. He hit in 10 straight to start the year. He's got a hit in every game this season but 1. 0-1 pitch, low and inside, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs, bases empty. Ryan Henderson up from the right side. Buhler in their all-white pinstripe uniforms today with the maroon lettering. And the 1-1 pitch is hit a mile high in the air. That'll be medium center field. The center fielder over. Rice a couple of steps to his right. And the inning is over. So Fowler matches what Scott was able to do in the top of the first, and he retires the Crusaders in order 1-2-3. No runs, no hits, and a 0-0 score as we go to the second on HKFM and the Crusaders Sports Network.
When disaster strikes your home or business, call your hometown team. Call Phoenix Restoration. Hi, this is Robin Swanson. My husband Ryan and I and our team at Phoenix Restoration are proud to be Reno County's only locally owned fire and water restoration company. When the unthinkable hits your home or business, we are here to help. We'll put our 10+ years of experience to work to help you recover. Check us out at phoenixrestorationandroofing.com. Phoenix Restoration will help you rise again after your disaster.
From their beginnings in 1989, Wifco Steel Products has grown to be the premier supplier of storage tank hardware in the U.S. and Canada, and they're still growing. Apply today at wifcosp.com. Wifco Steel Products, the experts in steel fabrication.
Do you bleed maroon and white? Do you want to help the students of BHS in their extracurricular activities? The Buhler High Booster Club helps support hundreds of students each year. To join, stop by the Buhler Closet at any home game or email BuhlerBoosterClub@gmail.com.
Buhler Crusader Baseball on HKFM.
Well, Jalen Rice will lead off the top of the second for the Wildcats. 4, 5, and 6. Rice, Stringer, and Fowler. And there's a breaking pitch in the outside corner. And called strike 1. The home plate umpire here in Game 1 also called Game 1 Monday at Andale.
Good pitch.
Swing and a miss. Came back that same spot. And Rice swings over the top, and it's 0-2.
He's got a wide zone, especially outside corner at the knees. If you can live there, he'll really help you out.
Swing and a miss. 3 straight breaking balls from Reed Scott. And Jalen Rice goes down on strikes. Third strikeout for Reeder. And that'll bring up Miles Stringer. 4 straight batters retired to start the game for Reed Scott. Here is a pitch to Stringer. Upstairs, ball 1. For Reed in his career, this is start number 11. There's a fastball for a strike, 1-1.
That's that pitch, outside corner at the knees. He'll give it to you a couple of inches off the plate.
Reed a career 6-1 with an ERA of 3.36. Low ball 2, 2-1. Scott undecided about his collegiate plans for next year. Low and away, now the count goes to 3-1. And Reed Scott in danger of putting an El Dorado man aboard with One out and bases empty here in the top of the second inning. 3-1 pitch, fouled off right side, out of play. The count is full at 3-2. Three balls and two strikes. One away, no score, top of the second. And the pitch from Reed Scott.
Good pitch.
And close, but called inside off the plate, and that's ball 4. So El Dorado has its first base runner. A walk issued to Stringer for Reed Scott this year. That is walk number 9.
Reed asked, the umpire said that ball was up, a breaking pitch. Curveball, the umpire thought it stayed up a little too long.
Here's Draven Fowler now with a runner aboard at first and one away. Pitch from Scott, fastball hit back into center field, stays up. Austin Spann throws behind the runner at first base and back safely as Stringer, and now there are 2 away. So 1 pitch and a second out as Austin Spann charging in makes a nice play.
We really should just start calling him the Black Hole.
Well, that's what he,
I know it.
kind of the nickname he earned early as a freshman.
For good reason.
Throw to first and Stringer back safely. Now here is Adam Cavallaro. Adam starting in right field. Check swing, takes a strike on the outside corner. Yeah, I think, Reed, unfortunate what happened in his last start. I don't think he pitched bad by any stretch of the imagination. Just sometimes the circumstances don't always break your way. There's a strike and it's 0-2.
Yeah, absolutely.
But certainly want to put that aside and focus on what's ahead.
Without a doubt.
Not that you can't learn, obviously, from every situation.
Definitely learn, right? If they're going to hit the ball the other way, make them pull it by pitching on the inside half. That said.
Frames the outside corner. Nice job by Mace McKay behind the plate. Called strike 3, and Cavallaro is punched out, and the inning is over. Reed Scott was strikeout number 4 in 2 innings. Through 2 innings of work, he's faced just 1 over the minimum. Still 0-0. We'll go to the bottom of the second here on HKFM and the Crusaders Sports Network.
Mid-Kansas Credit Union, serving Central Kansas from their locations in Moundridge and Buhler. Take control of your accounts and sign up for online banking at mkcu.com with features like remote capture deposit and online bill pay. Member-owned and proudly supporting Crusader arts, athletics, and academics. Mid-Kansas Credit Union at 200 West 2nd in Buhler and in Moundridge. Member NCUA.
Hi, this is Cliff Ray with Ray & Sons Roofing Company, and today I brought our 4-year-old grandson, Brogan. Brogan, did you know Ray & Sons Roofing is 80 years old this year? Do you know what that means?
No, Papa.
It means we have a lot of experience. Brogan, did you know we have been the best of the best every year? You know what that means?
What, Papa?
People trust us, and that's a very good thing. For a free inspection or estimate, go to rayandsons.com.
Roof the right way, the right way.
Buhler Crusader Baseball on HKFM.
Well, back here at Wheatland Park, Buhler will come up. It'll be 4, 5, and 6 for the Crusaders here in the bottom of the second. Scott, Hawkinson, and Eddie. Reed Scott will try to help his own cause here, looking for hit number 21. Third on the team in hits. 20 hits and 52 at-bats. Batting .385. He has an on-base percentage of .522. Oh, but 3 of the Crusaders in their typical batting order. On base more than half the time. There's a strike to Reed. It's 0-1. Reed Scott went 2 for 7 and scored 4 times in the 2 wins at Andale Monday. Here is Fowler's 0-2 pitch. That is chopped back up the middle. Shortstop makes a nice play behind the bag at second and throws to first, and there is 1 away.
Yeah, that's a nice job. Baker moving to his left. Fields that right behind second, but he was moving. That ball just wasn't hit hard enough to weasel through.
That'll bring up Taden Hawkinson. Tater, the second baseman here in game 1. 22 hits and 49 at-bats, batting .449. Fastball outside, ball one. He has the second best OBP on the team at 565. Upstairs, ball two, 2-0. Hawkinson has walked 11 times this season. And he's at the plate with a 10-game hitting streak. And he goes after the 2-0 offering and fouls it back to the screen, 2-1.
Very good cut.
Hayden headed to HCC, wants to become an electrician. I talked to him a little bit during the basketball season about making the decision to end his athletic career, although 2-1 pitch. Low ball 3-1. If he was healthy, I think he could play basketball or baseball at the next level. But his knees have just not held up like he would hope. 3-1 pitch, ground ball to the shortstop. Gobbled up, throw to first, and they are quickly 2 away. Fowler's done a nice job so far.
Yeah, he's really been in the zone, and I don't know that it's a whole lot of anything all that tricky, but what he's done is keep the ball down. Keep the ball down, ball gets hit on the ground, and he's been pretty efficient.
That'll bring up Matthew Eddy, the designated hitter, batting .422, 19 hits and 45 at-bats. Matthew Eddy has been very solid, and he takes a breaking pitch away for ball one. 4 hits, 8 at-bats, drove in 3 on Monday. Multi-hit games, number 5 and 6 in his career, and he hits a 2-out pitch back up the middle. Nice job as Fowler tried to come in on his hands, and Eddy just stroked it right up the middle for a 2-out base hit.
Not trying to do too much. Drives the ball right back up the box. That's a nice job. You know, Buhler, at some point, they've just got to get guys on base, get Fowler working out of the stretch. You know, Buhler was really good with 2 outs at Andale. How about a little 2-out rally here in the second inning?
That'll bring up Bo Van Bruggen. Bo had a good series at Andale. Takes inside corner, a strike. He drove in 3 Crusader runs, had a pair of doubles, 2 for 8 in that series. Now batting .310, 13 hits in 42 at-bats. He leads the team in doubles with 6. Runner at first, 2 away. And the pitch fouled back to the screen, and it's 0-2. Van Bruggen up there from the right side, trying to keep the inning going. Fowler checks the runner at first, comes set. What a beautiful day, high sky, lots of sunshine, throw to first back in time, very little breeze. How often have we been able to say that this year?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like the wind's either been blowing in hard or out hard all year long. A beautiful afternoon for some baseball.
Fowler again set with his right foot on the first base side of the rubber. Runner going, and that ball hits Van Bruggen in the back. So hit by a pitch will put 2 on. Just the second time this year Bo has been hit. And that'll get a runner in scoring position for Corey Gilbert. This will be just the 9th at-bat of the year for Corey. 2 hits and 8 at-bats. He does have an extra base hit, a double on the season. That was his first career hit at Circle. Pitch to Gilbert. A good lead by Eddy at second, and called strike 1.
Yeah, I kind of thought he might try to snag himself third base. Yeah.
Well, with 2 outs, they're worried about the batter at the plate and not the runners. So Eddy, chance to get a pretty good lead here. Off speed upstairs, foul tipped for strike 2.
Well, I'm here to tell you, Matthew can take third base here if he wants to. They're all but conceding it.
And now Gilbert asks for time. Steps out of the left side batter's box, the senior. Corey Gilbert also headed to HCC next year to study automotive engineering technology and become an electrician. Fowler set the 0-2 pitch. Tough take, low, ball 1. And boy,
He's got more guts than I do. I'm here to tell you that is a tough take with 0-2.
Absolutely. Yeah, Corey will
looks uncomfortable in the box a little bit.
See another pitch. 1-2, chop to the right side. First baseman plays it off his chest. He'll take it to the bag unassisted, and the inning is over. So Buhler does get a couple of base runners on. A single and a hit by pitch, but a ground out to end the inning. No runs, a hit, and 2 left. 0-0 quickly to the top of the 3rd inning here on HKFM and the Crusader Sports Network.
For more than 90 years, Hutchinson Community College has been the premier 2-year educational institution in Kansas, offering the highest quality education at an exceptional value. Schedule a personal campus tour today to learn more about what we have to offer. Visit hutchcc.edu/admissions for more information.
Hi, this is Brett Henry, and for the past 75 years at Adams Brown Barron & Ball, we've served Kansas and America. To celebrate our 75th anniversary, we have rebranded to Adams Brown Strategic Allies and CPAs. For more information on our exciting changes, check out adamsbrowncpa.com and see why we are above and beyond.
IdeaTech brings the fastest, most reliable internet service to rural towns in our region, and we back it up with the friendliest customer service based right out of Buhler. With our fully fiber optic network, IdeaTech customers can enjoy speeds faster than those in the largest cities in the U.S., serving small communities in south central Kansas and select parts of Hutchinson. Visit ideatech.com or call us at 620-543-5000 to learn more.
Buhler Crusader Baseball on HKFM.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Wheatland Park in Buhler. Set to go with the top of the 3rd inning. Reed Scott will get Gavin Bell to lead things off. And then Sundgren and Veach back to the top of the order. 8-9-1 here. And there is a strike to Gavin Bell. Ground ball, left side. Bradley Neal up with it. Stabs, scoops and throws. And there's one away.
Nice play by Bradley. Just looks so much, more comfortable. I mean, obviously they practice here all the time, but so comfortable on the turf here at Wheatland Park.
I thought he played really well at Andale on that very short grass on Monday.
Yeah, I agree.
So 1 up, 1 down. That'll bring up Jaden Sundgren, the number 9 batter, the catcher, and he takes low ball 1. A really short Bermuda played a little bit more like turf. It was pretty fast.
Yeah, it really did play like turf.
1-0 pitch. Off-speed pitch fouled off to the right side, and it's 1-1. Softball playing El Dorado, looking for their first win of the season over on the fields to our left. There's a strike in the outside corner. 1-2. JV baseball not playing McPherson, or rather not playing El Dorado today, instead playing McPherson. 1-2 pitch. Low ball 2, 2-2. When Varsity played back early in the year, JV did not. Reed's 2-2 pitch. Low ball 3, and the count goes full.
Well, that's the right location on the outside corner, just a little too low. But, we've talked about it a couple of times. This umpire will give you that outside corner. Got to keep going back there.
3-2 pitch, ground ball, back over Reed's head. Bradley dives after it behind second base, but can't come up with it. And that'll be the first hit of the game given up by Scott. A single back up the box, 1 on with 1 away.
The second baseman, number 7, Drew Veach.
Got a little 6-4-3 here. Seems like it's about that time.
So that'll bring up Drew Veach as we go back to the top of the order. Veach struck out to lead off the game.
Number 18, Emma Rosenberger.
Buhler defensively has turned 4 double plays this year. Breaking pitch in the outside corner, strike 1. When that hit by Sundgren, not hard hit.
Nope.
Just Took a high bounce in the air over Reed Scott.
It's your line, isn't it? Hit it where they ain't.
Hit it where they ain't. That's the name of the game. Reed Scott right in the middle of the pitching rubber. Comes set. And delivers a high fastball, 0-2.
A high heat. Come and get it.
Well, Veach tried. And he came up empty. Now down 0-2. Reed checks the runner. 0-2 pitch, hit high in the air to the right side. It's going to be a little blooper. It's not going to leave the infield. Little blooper to the right side, and boy, Veach really didn't get very much of that. Hit it off his hands.
Yeah, easy put away for Tatum.
And there are 2 away. So 2 down in the inning. Here's Gannon White. White struck out his first time up in the first. Still a runner at first. 1 out single by Sundgren up the middle. And the home plate umpire says right in there, strike 1. Crusader Baseball brought to you by Erickson Custom Building, by the Sheila Metzger Agency, by Buhler Dental Care, and by Rod's Tire and Service. Reed gives a peek over the left shoulder at the runner at first. Comes set. And the 0-1 pitch to White. Right in there for a strike, and it's 0-2. Now the Wildcats down to their final strike in the inning.
It's a great location on that offering by Reeder.
Well, Dorado has allowed 7 or more runs in 9 of 14 games. They really struggled to begin the year. Started the year 0-6, 1-7. Now a fair ball down the left field line that skips past Ryan Henderson. Van Bruggen over to cut it off, throw to third, and safe. Sundgren goes first to third. But a great job of Bo Van Bruggen getting over to the line quickly and preventing a run from scoring, as Sundgren will have to stop at third base. So a 2-out double by Gannon White. Now 2 on with 2 outs for Trip Baker.
Boy, that ball was just weaseled right inside the line. Really nothing Ryan can do. Ryan lays out. I'm not sure, Aaron, even if he gets it, if he's got much of a chance there.
Baker goes after a breaking pitch, swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. Baker flied out to Van Bruggen and left his first time up.
Looking off the first inning for the Wildcats.
Wildcats with a pair of base runners here in the third. Second and third and 2 outs. Reed Scott, the 0-1 pitch. Chopper Ryan Henderson up with it, throws across in time, and the inning is over. So a little bit of 2-out noise off the bat of Gannon White as he doubles, but El Dorado will strand 2. Pair of hits in the inning, but no runs across. It's still 0-0. We'll go to the bottom of the third on HKFM and the Crusader Sports Network.
Prairie Bank of Kansas is a local bank with local concerns. You'll find us in the heart of the community, helping wherever we're needed. We enjoy working with local schools to help promote activities like sports and extracurricular learning. We hope you support these valuable activities too. We'll be right here with you. Visit one of our locations in Stafford, Buhler, Inman, or Hutchinson, or check us out online at prairiebankks.com. Prairie Bank of Kansas. How banking should be.
The name Johnson Sheet Metal doesn't sound like a heating and air conditioning company, but our family at Johnson Sheet Metal became a Lennox dealer 99 years ago and are still servicing and installing heating and air conditioning systems in Hutchinson and Reno County. Through 4 generations, our specialty has been the Lennox brand, but we can service other brands just as well. We do metals too, but if you have a heating or air conditioning need, call Johnson Sheet Metal today at 620-662-0224.
Buhler Crusader Baseball on HKFM.
Well, welcome back as we head to the bottom of the third. Still a 0-0 game. Draven Fowler will get 9, 1, and 2. Lipford, Span, and Neal. Here is Mason Lipford.
Number 23, Mason Lipford.
Boy, Lip runs so well. How about right now to drop the bunt down the third base line?
Looking for his 6th hit of the season. He was 0 for 2 and 2 at-bats in Game 1 against Andale, batting .385. Another one of our seniors. And there is that bunt. Third baseman charging in, scoops, and just throws in time. Boy, it's almost as if the third baseman, White, was anticipating that as he charged in and got to it very quickly.
That's a really nice play by White, the third baseman. That was a good bunt right up the line, and I mean, threw Mason out by maybe a half a step. Mason was scooting up the line.
That'll get us back to the top of the order, and Austin Spann, who struck out looking his first time up. And the pitch, high ball one from Draven Fowler. So a quick game so far, already to the bottom of the third. And we're only a half hour in. 1-0 pitch hit high in the air off the bat of Spann. Right center field. Second baseman actually going out, drops the baseball, and Austin Spann is going to be safe at first on an E4.
Hey, sometimes you need something to go your way. It doesn't even matter if it's exactly what you were looking for. You'll take that. And Veach, I think Veach drifted to the ball rather than going to where it was going to come down and setting up. So
he was in shallow right field when he tried to make that catch and could not.
If you're a kiddo listening at home and the ball goes in the air, go to where you think the ball's going to go and then set up and catch it.
That'll bring up Bradley Neal, the shortstop. Bradley 0 for 1, grounded to third his first time up. Throw to first. And Austin back safely. So Buhler now with base runners in the second and the third. They had 2 on with 2 outs in the second inning. And now 1 on with 1 out here in the third. 0-0 game. Fowler's pitch. This is high to Bradley Neal.
I think that was a changeup. That seemed really slow, but it didn't have really any break to it.
Crusaders have scored double-digit runs in 13 of 16 games this year. They are on pace to score 240 runs and steal 100 bases. There goes Spann, safe at second base on a pitch inside. Called ball 2 to Bradley Neal, and Austin Spann steals second base in a team-leading 13th stolen base of the year, 13 and 14 attempts. So now a runner in scoring position for Bradley. B. Neal leads the team in extra base hits.
Oh, Mr. Umpire, that's a ball.
Takes a strike on the outside corner, 2-1.
Well, the catcher had to dive out of the catcher's box behind the left-handed batter's box to even reel that one in. That's a rough call for the man wearing the black shirt.
Bradley batting .417 with the runners in scoring position. Fouls one off, out of play to the right side, and it's 2-2. A base hit here would mean his 20th run driven in this season. Shortstop back in the right side batter's box. Fowler, long look into his catcher, now comes set. He'll check Spann at second in the pitch, and that is a line drive out. Spann quickly heads up on the line drive, gets back to second and not doubled up as Bradley hits a line drive right to the glove of the second baseman.
Ryan Henderson.
That's a nice job. That's so hard to do, to freeze on that line drive. Everything inside of you tells you got to go. Spann doing the right thing.
Veach caught it at second base, went right to the bag, but Spanny beat him there. And so the inning continues. Now 2 outs and a strike to Ryan Henderson.
You don't see that very often where a fielder will dive to the bag with their glove. Veach actually dove for the bag with his glove. Kind of a dangerous situation.
High now flied out to the right fielder his first time up. Check that to the center fielder. Now swing and a miss, and he's down 0-2. Henderson has hit in 5 straight, 15 of 16. Leads the team in RBIs with 30 and a chance right here. And the 1-2 pitch. There's a chopper to the left side. Third baseman wants it, grabs it, throws to first, and got him. And the inning is over. And so the scoreless affair will continue as Ryan Henderson grounds out 5-3. No hits for the Crusaders. Spanny gets aboard on an error and steals a base, stranded at second. 0-0 as we go to the fourth here on HKFM and the Crusaders Sports Network.
Come visit us at Buhler Dental Care. Our friendly and experienced staff is here to help give you the best care around, and we like to have some fun and get to know you while you spend time with us. From regular fillings, cleanings, dental implants, or even if we have to, extractions, we can provide the treatments you need. We are always accepting new patients, so be sure to call us at 620-543-2768 to schedule your next appointment, or email online at drdalds@gmail.com. Buhler Dental Care, providing healthy smiles with a gentle touch.
Stock number P18408, OCC dealer for details.
Allen Samuels and Hutch invites you to shop their pre-owned sale event happening now. It's a true sign and drive event with no money down and over 30 vehicles priced under $20,000. That's payments as low as $171 a month. Did I mention no money down? They even have vehicles priced under $5,000. See our ad in Saturday's Hutch Post. Only at Allen Samuels on the giant corner of 30th and Lorraine. Open all the time online at allensamuelshutch.com. And as Mr. Samuels always says,
come by, let's be friends. Buhler Crusader Baseball on HKFM.
Well, here we are in the fourth inning, 0-0. And Reed Scott back to work for the Crusaders. And Jalen Rice 0 for 1, struck out in the second, fouls one off to the right side, 0-1. And here's Matt.
Rice in a quick hole, 0-1 as Reed operating out of the windup. Aaron told you, high sky. There's a strike on the outside corner fastball. That wide outside corner. So hard for a batter to hit that pitch. Really think both pitchers are using that pitch to their advantage, and it's been problematic for hitters. There's another one, bounces outside. Mace plays it off of his chest. I'd just run over to check on the girls. The girls are chasing 2 in the top of the first inning. I know they're pretty excited. I think they've got a chance to win one here today, so I think we're all pulling for them. There's a ball that's fisted to the second baseman. Tayden comes in, fields it, throws it. 1 up, 1 down. You know that ball was spinning about a million rotations a second by the time it got to Tayden. You could see him charge and then slow down just a second to make sure it wasn't going to do something screwy.
Yeah, not hit hard at all.
No, a little soft liner. And tell that pitch got right in on Rice's hands. So now it'll be Stringer. First baseman takes a pitch off the outside corner. Low, ball 1.
Stringer earned a walk his first time up. 9th given up this year by Reed.
There's a foul ball. Yeah, you'll recall Reed on that last at bat to Stringer threw a 3-2 curveball that he thought was a strike. The umpire disagreed. So 1-1. Reed kicks, delivers as a breaking pitch hit to Bradley, fields it, throws it. And Stringer is thrown out by about 35 feet. I don't think he was digging too hard out of the box. Boy, Aaron, there have been a couple of times this year where I showed up expecting pitchers duels, and we got offensive showdowns. I don't know that I was expecting quite the pitcher's duel here, but we got one, and this is fun.
It's been a pretty quick game so far.
It has. There's a fastball lifted. Fouling. It's going to weasel out of play, and it does.
See if the Buhler bats can wake up second time through the lineup.
Yeah, I don't know that Fowler is doing a whole lot of real tricky stuff. Just keeps the ball down. But it's been pretty effective thus far. Fowler trying to help his own cause here. Fastball out. But if you look at Fowler, he is standing with his toes on the batter's box line. I mean, he is crowding the plate. Really, his hands are out over the inside corner. Swing and a miss. 1-2.
Let me ask you, what would Bob Gibson have done to that guy?
Ear hole. Ear hole. Ear hole right away, and if he did it again, he'd ear hole him again.
That's my plate.
Oh, breaking pitch and a beauty. Fowler is down on strikes. What a fantastic pitch by Taden. No runs, no hits, no errors. 0-0 ball game as we head to the bottom half of the fourth inning. This is Crusader Baseball on HKFM and the Crusader Sports Network.
Our pets are living longer thanks to advances in veterinary care, diagnostics, and early intervention. Hi, this is Dr. Randy Smith from Apple Lane Animal Hospital. In the past, veterinarians could do little more than make a pet's golden years comfortable by treating the symptoms of old age problems. We now have greater knowledge, improved diagnostics, and better treatments, all of which mean we can more effectively prevent or manage many senior health care issues. Serving you with quality senior health care for over 30 years, Apple Lane Animal Hospital, 2909 Apple Lane in Hutchinson.
At Dick's Phillips 66, our family has kept motorists on the road for nearly 60 years. Hi, this is Janet Dick, inviting you to stop by our locally owned station at 1215 East 4th in Hutch. Dick's offers top-tier gasoline, grab-and-go food options, and friendly service. Wherever you're headed, every journey begins with a stop at Dick's Phillips 66, 4th and Stevens in Hutch.
Newfeld's Flooring, your experts in design and installation of carpet, tile, wood, and vinyl floor covering. Proudly sponsoring Buhler High School activities, Newfeld's Flooring in downtown Buhler.
Buhler Crusader Baseball on HKFM.
Well, here we go. Bottom half of the fourth inning. We're going to see if Buhler's offense, the middle of the order, can get going the second time through the lineup against Draven Fowler.
Batting number 10,
Fowler through 3 innings has really been cruising. Only giving up 1 run, 0-1-0 for Buhler on 38 pitches.
El Dorado's gotten much better here in the second half of the year. Talked about that a couple of times. Won 7 of 8.
Back at the top of the first.
Breaking pitch called strike 1.
They have given up 7 or more runs 9 times this year, so they've been hit around some.
Second baseman, Delaney Hartnett, and the pitcher.
They're averaging nearly 6 more runs a game in the second half of the season.
That ball's ripped. One hopper right at the third baseman, takes it on the short hop, comes up and guns across. And Buddy White has looked pretty darn good. I would not hit the ball at that guy if you can get away with or get away from it. That ball was hit hard, but nothing to show for it.
Yeah, defense has been solid on both sides today.
It has. This thing is just clipping along here.
El Dorado 7-7. Last winning season was 2016 for them. It's been a while. That's the year, of course, the Buhler won the state title game.
Yeah, I remember going into El Dorado. I wish I could remember the name of that kid. There's a ball lifted high in the air. We're going to be playable, I think, for the first baseman. Drifting. He makes a nice play. Stringer ran a long way to chase down that foul ball by Taden Hawkinson, and he's retired on a foul pop-up.
Now batting number 12, Matthew Eddy.
Wish I could. It was Cole. I think it was Cole, something or other. That big pitcher for El Dorado that year.
Right.
He
that
was
big pitcher.
Really? He was pretty good.
I believe you.
Here's Matthew Eddy. There's a foul ball. Matthew, the owner of the only Buhler hit today on a line drive up the middle in his first at bat.
I think we'll enjoy watching him the next couple of years.
I would agree with you there. I would agree. That's a ball that's hit on the ground to the second baseman. He scoops it up, and boy, Draven Fowler is handling this potent Buhler offense at this point in the game. We're through 4. 0-0 ball game on the Crusader Sports Network and HKFM.
For the Wildcats at the top of the fifth.
Well, we're back here at Wheatland Park. Crusader Baseball brought to you in part by Cargill Salt, by Rise Up Reno, also by Yoder Meats, and by Dick's Phillips 66. At some point in the game, we'll give you our Dick's Phillips 66 fill-up of the game.
We're just waiting for a play.
Haven't been a lot of fill-ups so far. Live today from the Allen Samuels broadcast booth. Online at Allen Samuels Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Come by, let's be friends. It's been a pitcher's duel so far, buddy.
It has been. And Reed is cruising, and Fowler's cruising, and we're cruising. We're here at the top of the 5th inning already. Feels like we've had single innings that have gone longer than the first 4 of this one. It'll be Adam Cavallero. The right fielder takes fastball off the outside corner. Ball 1. My wife just texted me, asked what we're talking about.
What are we talking
We haven't
about?
had a whole lot of time to talk about much. This game's been cruising. The ball away and 2-0 on the right fielder.
Even when we're talking about something, do we really know what we're talking
No,
about?
I mean, I think I do. I'm not.
Oh, right. Yes, of course.
I'm not sure. There's a fastball inside corner called strike 1, 2-1 to count.
You know, he's been pretty generous with the low strike.
He
Not
has.
so much on the high side.
No, he doesn't like to step up, but he'll give it to you if you'll pound, which is why there's a ground ball fisted to Brad. This is going to be a tough play. Ryan cuts in front. Oh, what a play by there. If you're looking for your play, that may be it, as Ryan comes in.
That was fantastic.
In front of Brad on a little squibber hit to the shortstop. Ryan cuts it off, and in one move picks it up and unloads a missile over to Corey to record the first out of the inning.
Well, and he hit that on the inner part of the bat. You could hear it.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
a thud.
There's a ball lifted, foul out of play. You know, when the umpire is going to call that low strike, buddy, that's where pitchers should throw. That low one, there's a whole lot. It's hard to do much with it except beat it into the ground. So
that is our Dix Phillip 66 Phillip of the game. What a play by Ryan Henderson.
My golly. I will say, when you have a game that's a pitcher's duel like this, lots of times the defense gets even better. As the game's moving along quick, everybody's engaged with it. Ooh, that ball was taken low. That's been a strike at various points throughout the afternoon. So 1-1 the count. Here to Bell, the left fielder. He takes off the plate, 2-1.
Phillip on top tier snacks, gasoline, and more at Dix Phillip 66, 4th and Stevens and Hutch.
Over but low. Ball 3, that's a phrase we haven't said very much today. Low pitches have been called a strike a lot. Read out of the windup. Ball 4. So a 1-out walk to Bell heading in the 8-hole. Mace is going to come out and talk to Reeder about it. I think Reed's going to ask the umpire for a little clarification as to what it is he's looking for. We're going to have a courtesy runner here for Bell. Looks like it's going to be 23.
It'll be Walmsley who comes on to run at first base.
Walmsley may be in the running for one of the best names in the league right there. That's a pretty awesome last name, Walmsley.
Now Dorado trying to use some speed to manufacture something here in the 5th.
Has the feel of a game that can be decided by a run or two. Now Sundgren, the catcher, goes after the first pitch swinging, fouls it back against the screen.
And he has one of the 2 Wildcat hits in this game.
How about another ground ball right at Tayden right here? We'd take that, or Bradley, either way. Get out of here. Walmsley not running. That's a breaking pitch called for strike 2 on the inside corner, and that was nice. Really, really good.
That's one of those pitches that even if you swing at it, I mean, good
nothing,
luck.
Nothing you're going to do with it. That's for sure. Nothing you're going to do with it. Breaking pitch, pulled foul. That's a pretty good job by Sundgren to even get a bat on it. I think that looked like a fastball out of Reed's hand.
Just about the same location.
Yeah.
And Sundgren opened up really early to get the bat on
He
it.
did. Trying to squirt that thing down the left field line. Walmsley with a good lead. Comes set. Fastball high. I'm going to try to get Sundgren to chase. He wasn't biting. So now 1-2. The Wildcat catcher batting right-handed. 1 for 1 on the afternoon. Walmsley with the even bigger lead. Reed's going to check. I think Reed was uncomfortable with that big lead. Walmsley with his right foot over where that little cutout comes back to the baseline. So pretty healthy lead over there.
Corey Gilbert defensively at first base here in game 1.
And I think Reed's struggling a little bit to find it here.
Trying to throw that breaking pitch down and in for a strike again.
He is. It was a good one the last time. Delivery, that's a fastball right down the middle, and that's fouled back and out of play over near the JV field, JV baseball field.
4-0.
Walmsley not running. Fastball outside corner. Problem is there have been a couple times that pitch has been called a strike, so once you've established that as the strike zone, it's really hard to
all's well that ends well.
All's well that ends well. That's right.
5th strikeout of the game for Reed Scott.
Yeah, Reed has picked up that not very good in the batter's box thus far this afternoon. Walmsley's still there. There's a strike outside corner, and I'm here to tell you that is the same pitch that was not called for strike 3
He's been consistent for the most part.
Yep.
That he really likes that low strike.
He did a bunch of steps. I think Reed was just not really sure. Maybe waiting to see if Walmsley will show his hand, break earlier, do something to get himself out. Short lead. Hey. Diving towards the Buhler bullpen, and that was a phenomenal play by the Buhler second baseman. And Reed Scott owes Taden Har through the top half of the 5th. You're listening to Crusader Baseball on HKFM and the Crusader Sports Network.
When disaster strikes your home or business, shop local. Hi, this is Robin Swanson. My husband Ryan and I and our team at Phoenix Restoration are proud to be Reno your home or business. Call us. With over 10 years of experience, we know how to help you recover. Check us out at Phoenix Restoration.
Steel products are trusted to provide access and infrastructure for a wide range of purposes. For more
than 90 years, Hutchinson Community College has been the premier 2-year educational institution in Kansas, offering the highest .edu/admissions. For more information.
Buhler Crusader Baseball on HKFM.
We head to the bottom half of the 5th inning. Let's see if the bottom of the lineup here can get Buhler going in the right direction in the game. There's a fastball. Bo goes after it first pitch, and it's trying to get out of play, and it does.
Bo took one in the numbers. Hit by a pitch his first time up.
Yeah, it was a curveball. Just down and cried a little bit in the batter's box. Fowler delivers big, Bender misses high.
Most of his effort is in his arm.
Yeah, that ball misses outside. You can actually hear the catcher's mitt pop. Their missile like the one he hit at Andale the other day. I'm telling you, if he does, it may end up in the parking lot. Swing and a miss, foul back. A little foul tip. And it's
under the wind.
Yeah, without a doubt. And hard line drives. Buhler could use a couple of those right now. Swing and a miss.
Draven Fowler.
So now it'll be Corey Gilbert. And another one of those doubles down the line right here. There's a ball. There's ball 2. See if we can't start to run. Yeah. So 2-0 to Corey. Fastball grounded. The umpire calls him safe. And Buehler's got a little bit of life here.
Number 23.
Find it first base with his foot. And Corey just beat him to the bag.
I think that's got to be an error on Fowler. Yeah, I think that's an error on Fowler. He should have gone to the line and then run up the line. And now Sam's going to come in and run. Here could be really important. I really appreciate about this umpire. He lets us know that stuff is happening. So Lip is up, 1 out. That's a good throw. Oh, safe. Oh, safe. And Sam came off the bag, and Baker, and now a hit will score.
Well, Sundgren's throw bounced in front of the bag.
You know, so many AVCTL teams now play on turf, including El Dorado. Sundgren had a nice throw. 2-0 now to Lipford.
Elliott with his third steal in 4 attempts.
That's more than Buhler has never, in the years we've been doing this, been as prolific on the base bat. A lot of Buhler fans yelling heads up, as you could hear at home.
Lip batting .400 with runners in scoring position. Chance to break that 0-0 tie.
Boy, how cool now.
Mason, who's headed to K-State.
That's in and up. Actually, I'm not sure it was in. It may have just been up. This umpire, we've talked about it, is low zone. So Mason's worked. Oh, I was there that night, and it was.
I don't know that was completely his fault.
It was not. It was a ball 4. Mason earns up. Make sure that they are on the same page. That night, Aaron, it was a ball. Lip was in center.
And the two
collided, and Mason, scary.
Well, Lipford headed to K-State to study civil engineering. It's good to have it.
A way for you to be engaged in like a contest with some of the Buhler athletes between you and Mason Lipford.
I'm a very witty guy.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Numbers for me, please. How about Spanny with a chance?
Spanny needing a hit to bust this thing open. There's a fastball that's high. Draven Fowler is real. Nobody moving. There's a ball that's lifted in the air right at the shortstop. 2 outs in the inning, and now it's time for a little 2-out bingo by the Crusader shortstop.
We talked about leads the team in extra base hits. Now would be a good time for one of those.
There's a fastball up. Absolutely. Fowler sets. Check Sam at second. And they're going to say that throw took Stringer off the bag. And they're going to, I would think that El Dorado's coaches. The
throw was high.
The throw was high. I think, yeah, I don't know. And it's impossible for us to see, but that ball was hit on the screws. I think he throws Bradley out. White has a cannon over there at third base. But now, really what Buhler wants, a chance for Rhino to hit with the bases loaded. Ryan can hit something into the grass. You figure at least 2, and depending where. So here's the question: if you're Draven Fowler and you've got bases loaded, 2 outs, and Ryan Henderson standing in the box, are you not a little nervous to throw him anything over the plate?
Nowhere to put him.
That ball's hit in the air. I think that's going to be to pick up a run as Caballero
no hits on 2 errors.
Puts it in HKFM.
Mid-Kansas Credit Union, serving centralk.com with features like remote capture deposit and online bill pay. Member owned and proudly supporting Crusader Arts Athletics Bay.
Hi, this is Cliff Ray with Ray & Sons Roofing. Means?
No, Papa.
It means we have a lot of experience. Rogan, did you know we have been? For a free inspection or estimate, go to Ray.
Coming up to bat for the 6th.
Well, still a nothing game as we quickly go to the 6th here on Senior Day. And just loaded without getting a hit last half inning and couldn't produce. Ryan Henderson flight out to end the inning. Now a pitch. Handle it. And it'll be a leadoff base runner for the Wildcats. High in the air off the bat of Gannon White. Call that an infield hit?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's got to be.
back safely. So White has a double and a single. He has 2 of the 3 El Dorado hits today. Trip Baker has flied out and grounded out, 0 for 2. Reed Scott set, and the pitch hit high in the.
Well, that was a big league pop-up, wasn't it? Ball hit a mile in the air.
Number 22, Jalen Rice.
Buhler had a couple of stellar defensive plays in the top of the 5th, one by Ryan Henderson, our dip up. So to first and the runner back safely. So far, no run. Swing and a miss. Runner going. McCabe's throw down.
Oh.
Squirts away off the glove of Taden Hawkinson covering the one.
Boy, White can scoot, but that was a great throw by Mace.
And the pitch. Low and inside, ball 1, 1-1. Well, the later this game gets, the more the tension grows. People here this late in the year, and especially in that race for a home playoff spot in the West. 5 or 6 teams still in play to short. Bradley's going to have to hurry. Throws across in time, and there are 2 away. And makes the play in time.
Yeah, he had to run a long way to get there. That's nicely done by Bradley. Boy, this game is just cooking along, isn't it?
It is. 2 outs, runner in third, just over an hour old. Started at 4:02. It's now 5. And grounded out and takes strike 1.
Buddy, you're going to be home in time for supper at this rate.
I like that. West. Augusta and Circle are 2 of them. There's a line drive hit over the head for Miles Stringer, and the Crusaders trail 1-0.
Well, that's a nice job. Or in the last inning, really looms large now.
And now a courtesy runner for Stringer at first base will be Briggs. Been 6 coming up.
First baseman number 15.
In the bottom of the 6th inning, trailing by 1. That'll bring up Draven Fowler, 0 for 2. He is lined out and struck out. Boy, that stolen base big.
It really is.
Pitch by Reed Scott. Identical 13-3 records. Buhler has the edge at the moment with a better average runs allowed per game mark than the Bull Pups. 1-0 pitch, and Reed wasted a pitch, time called by the home plate umpire.
Boy, and where that really comes into play, you know, if you're not aware, the state will use that, then that record and that runs allowed number comes into play.
Ground ball right to Rhino at third. Throw across in time. Nice dig by Corey Gilbert. And the inning is over, but a big, important run for El Dorado as they break the scoreless tie in the top of the 6th.
Coming up in the bottom of the 6th for the Crusaders.
They lead as we go to the bottom of the 6th on HKFM and the Crusaders Sports Network.
When you're running a business and freedom from bad customer support. If you're ready to do business with a local company that cares about you, give Ideatech a call at 620-543-5000 or visit Ideatech.com and contact us through the Hook Me Up button on the homepage. Your internet freedom awaits.
If you need a piece of metal or an angle for a small, hi, this is Sarah Johnson, and my family metal has what you need. We cut to size, bend, roll, punch, or weld to your specifications, and can make your ag replacement panels too. Call us today, Johnson Sheet Metal, 620-662-0224.
Buhler Crusader Baseball on HKFM.
Well, Buhler down 1-0 with 6 outs left in the game. Crusader Baseball. Reed is 0 for 2. Reed Scott has grounded out twice in this game. Once to short, once to third. Draven Fowler so far has allowed just 1 hit. On the team with the best average runs scored per game in 4A baseball.
First pitch curveball.
Number 1, Taylor.
Reed, a nice job to hold off on that.
1-0 pitch. Fastball upstairs, ball 2. El Dorado's not lost a series, not been swept in a series since April the 8th against Augusta.
No kidding.
Can't imagine he's taking here on 3-0. Wildcats have not.
I thought he was going to call it a strike.
Pitch that Reed Scott thought was strike one.
He did.
But the home plate umpire calls it ball 4.
All right, so let me ask you this. With Tayden coming up and Matthew behind him, are you going to bunt Reed to second base here? Chasing one?
I would be tempted to pinch run for Reed Scott and get some speed on the base pads. Looks like coach is going to let Tayden 0 for 2. Tayden with a 10-game hit streak. And he hits one high. And that'll get Matthew Eddy to the plate.
Number 12, Matthew Eddy.
Matthew Eddy 1 for 2. His single, Buhler's only hit today, came in the second inning.
How about Matthew rips
from Fowler? There's
there
a ground ball.
Yeah!
Down the right field line. And Reed Scott.
Sign.
Cavallaro made a brilliant throw in from right field. If not for the catcher, Sundgren, dropping the ball and it dribbled behind him, Reed Scott is punched out at home plate.
That was a late stop sign.
Reed got back to the bag at third base.
Yeah, Coach Neal was waving his arms. Reed was well around third when Coach told him to stop. Boy, that is a great piece of hitting by Matthew Eddy, and exactly what the doctor ordered.
And not only would he have been punched out if Sundgren catches that throw in, he dropped it, it rolled behind him. If he catches that, at the very least, they have Reed Scott in a rundown.
I agree with you, yeah. Buhler fortunate. Now, I will say the flip, if Reed hadn't stopped because Sundgren didn't field it clean,
he was safe.
He probably is safe at home plate.
But you don't know that. Well, Coach McCormick out, draws his infield in.
Looks
as
like
Buhler has 2 on with 1 out.
Looks like Carson Moeller is going to hit for Corey here.
Bo Van Bruggen up.
Behind Bo, rather, sorry.
Well, for Bo, I mean, certainly option 1, you want a hit that scores 2. Option 2, just get something to where that run from third can tag up.
Absolutely. Something in the air. You'll take something deep in the air, but you really like something. A hit to green grass scores 2. You like that a lot.
Bo Van Bruggen takes strike 1. He had 2 doubles in the series at Andale Monday and drove in 3 runs. Buhler trailing 1-0. Chance for Van Bruggen here to, at the very least, tie the game. 0-1 pitch. Foul back to the screen, 0-2.
We were just told the live feed was on the screensaver. We're sorry, we got that fixed for you.
Carson Moeller is in the on-deck circle in place of Corey Gilbert. Fowler takes his time, now set. The 0-2 pitch. And that should do it. Hit into center field. Center fielder now charging in. Here comes Reed Scott, and the center fielder throws to the wrong place. He's going to throw to third base.
Actually, that's the right place. He has no chance on Reed at 4. He's trying to hold Matthew Eddy at second base.
It does that. Yeah. I thought maybe with him charging in, he might have a chance at a decent throw, but they'll concede the run, and boy, Bo Van Bruggen does his job, and it's 1-1.
He does. Boy, that run feels huge, does it not? I mean, normally Buhler does such a good job of plating guys, but just has struggled today. Now a chance for Carson Moeller to come up. You know, we were talking before the game about how nice it would be for Carson to get a chance, and now you got your wish, buddy. Carson's got a chance here to move the line.
So the sacrifice fly by Van Bruggen. And now here is the left-handed batting Carson Moeller, and he takes ball 1, a fastball. For Carson Moeller, this is just his 6th at bat of the year. He has 1 hit. And oh, by the way, that 1 hit was a double. Outside ball 2. You think his heart is pumping just a little bit.
I think there's a chance that, yes.
Matthew Eddy at second base.
Number 18, Emma Rosenberger.
Carson Moeller batting in the 8th spot here for Corey Gilbert. And there is a chopper that'll get the runner to third, but the throw in time and the inning is over. So Moeller goes the opposite way on a ground ball and grounds out 6-2-3. Buhler gets the run back they gave up in the top of the 6th. The run off a hit and one left. 1-1 game as we go to the 7th inning. Crusader baseball on HKFM and the Crusader Sports Network.
As your community bank, Prairie Bank of Kansas is always looking for ways to make banking more convenient, like e-statements. Eliminate the need to file your monthly statements. Now you can be notified the moment your statement is available and easily access it online. Sign up for e-statements online at prairiebankks.com or visit one of our locations in Stafford, Buhler, Inman, or Hutchinson. Prairie Bank of Kansas. How banking should be.
Bruce Isaacson here with the Isaacson Insurance Agency, your newest independent agent with over 31 years of insurance experience. Give me a call today at 727-0653. I'm back as an independent agent, still offering friendly service, but with rates that have saved many hundreds and some thousands of dollars on an annual basis without sacrificing coverage. 727-0653 to get your free analysis on your auto and home, where we're here to do what's right for you.
Buhler Crusader Baseball on HKFM.
1-1 game to the 7th. Reed Scott back on the bump against Adam Cavallaro, who's 0 for 2. And he takes low and away ball 1. Reed Scott just threw his 85th pitch, and so this might be his final inning. See how quickly he's able to get through it. 1-0 pitch. Ground ball to the right side. Taden's got it. Carson Moeller is in the game now. He hit for Gilbert in the last half inning, and he's at first base.
Now batting the left fielder, number 34.
I suppose you keep him in there.
Cavallaro grounds out 4-3.
If Buehler's able to turn the lineup over, Carson's got good speed, and you would kind of think that when Reed gets lifted from this game that he'll move to first base. Good
Swing
pitch.
and a miss and a breaking pitch away to Gavin Bell. It's 0-1. Gavin Bell walked in the 5th, grounded to short in the 3rd. 0-1 pitch. Outside corner, strike 2. Boy, if you live on the outside and low, this umpire is your guy.
Without a doubt. Now, it's Aaron, it's consistent as it can be, right? I mean, he's more than happy to call that all day for you.
0-2 pitch, hit high in the air, but it'll get back and out of play. Still 0-2.
Here to tell you, I know it's easier said than done, but you'd almost just set Mace up 2 inches off the outside corner, right at the knees, and say throw every pitch right there.
0-2 pitch. Swing
Got him.
and a miss, got him reaching. That'll be the 6th strikeout of the game for Reed Scott. 2 quickly up and 2 down. El Dorado got a run in the top of the 6th. Buhler answered with 1 in the bottom of the 6th in a 1-1 game. And here is the catcher, Jaden Sundgren. Jaden Sundgren singled in the 3rd. He's also struck out in this game, so 1 for 2. And Reed pumps a fastball off the outside corner, called ball 1. The Crusaders will have 9-1-2 coming up next inning. There's a chopper to the left side. Ryan's up with it, throws across, and he throws wide, and that'll be an E5, and Sundgren is on his way to second base. Carson Moeller, who's not super tall.
No, but I
but
mean,
even
I
if
don't
he
know
was,
that,
he had no
that,
chance.
I don't know that Corey gets that either.
Yeah.
That just was not a good throw.
Drew Beach.
Ground ball and error on Ryan Henderson. So 1 on. And that'll get Drew Veach to the plate. He's 0 for 3.
You sure didn't want to turn their lineup back over here for him.
Veach is flied out. and struck out in this game. Twice he's popped up to the second baseman. Hayden Hawkinson, he struck out in his first at bat.
Pitch.
Curveball just missing inside for ball one.
My golly, I really don't have a lot of gripes about this umpire. He's been pretty good today, I think, but that curveball may have fooled him. It was good.
1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs, runner at second. 1-0 pitch to Drew Veach. Hit the opposite way, charging in. That is
nice job.
Out. Mason Lipford puts it in the glove, and the inning is over. And so a 2-out base runner on an E5, but Reed Scott works around it on the line drive to right field, inning over. Still 1-1 as we go to the bottom of the 7th. It is stretch time here in Wheatland Park on HKFM at the Crusader Sports Network.
No.
Hutch-Rex Grandma and Me Tea is back in 2021. Grandmas, treat your granddaughters to an exquisite afternoon of tea, snacks, and making memories on Saturday, May 8th at the Senior Center at Elmdale Park. Spots are limited. Register today in person at any Hutch-Rex facility, including in person at Hutch-Rex downtown at 17 East 1st or online at hutchrec.com.
Sign up now, hutchrec.com.
An alarming number of Kansas preteens admit to drinking alcohol in the last 2 weeks, which makes it urgent for caring adults to find every opportunity to talk to their kids about the dangers of underage drinking. Research shows when youth have multiple conversations with adults about avoiding alcohol and other drugs, they listen. Underage drinking lowers inhibition and increases the chance of risky, regrettable behaviors. Find tips on what to say at riseupreno.org or on Facebook at Rise Up Reno Prevention Network.
Buhler Crusader Baseball on HKFM.
Well, a run wins the game here in the bottom of the 7th. We have not had an extra inning game this year. Levi Atherton is going to lead off in a pinch hitting spot for Mason Lipford. Then back to the top of the order in Span and Neal. Levi went 1 for 4, had a double and a pair of walks. A double down the right field line in the Andale series. That was in a pitch hitting situation. And takes strike 1. Atherton, 9 hits in 29 at bats, batting .310. He is second on the team in stolen bases with 12. And the 0-1 pitch upstairs, ball 1.
His dad is a little nervous.
Buhler eked out a run to tie the game in the bottom of the 6th. The 1-1 pitch fouled off the opposite way, out of play over the third base dugout, and it's 1-2. Dorado a run in the 6th, a run off 4 hits. Buhler a run in the 6th, a run off 2 hits. Raven Fowler and Reed Scott have been good. 1-2 pitch. And that is a base hit down the right field line. That should be 2. Into the corner it goes. Levi on his way to second with a leadoff double, and the winning run is at second base.
Oh, nice job. Stays back on the curveball and hits it right down the line. I tell you, I told him today that if he hit a triple, I'd buy him 20 cookies from Barnard's in Wichita.
What did he get for a double?
Nothing. He gets a pat on the rear end. That's what he gets. That's a nice job.
His 10th hit, his second double of the year, and that brings up Austin Span. All right. Base hit could win the game. Most importantly, you want a productive out here at the very least. You want to move that runner to third. Spanny trying to bunt and bunts it foul.
Yeah, I almost said something. This is absolutely, I thought Buhler missed a bunt opportunity last inning. This is without a doubt a bunt opportunity here.
Austin Span trying to bunt the runner to third base.
He really needs to bunt it at the third baseman, make the third baseman come in.
Spanny up there, 0-1 the count, 0 for 3 today, showing bunt again. This time a beautiful bunt.
Good.
Up the first base line, the pitcher fielding, only play to first, and he'll make it. There's one away, but Levi Atherton will advance to third base.
Now batting number 9.
It's a nice
Bradley
job.
Neal.
So the winning run is 90 feet away. Here is Bradley Neal. Something to the outfield probably wins the game.
Yeah, even a fly ball, just something in the air, deep. And, of course, El Dorado is going to be playing in shallow. I don't know what the second baseman is doing right now, why he's playing back.
Bradley Neal is 0 for 3 in the game. He is lined out, grounded out, and reached on an air. And he takes ball 1.
And I'm here to tell you, this is when, as a dad, this is tough because you're sitting up here thinking, come on, son, don't get picked off at third base right now.
Boy, if Buhler comes back and wins this. Check swing inside corner, strike 1. As a Crusader fan, you're elated. But isn't there the human part of you that feels for Draven Fowler the way he's pitched today?
A little bit. Well, but both of them.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't, both kids have pitched well enough to win.
1 out, runner at third. That's the winning run. The 1-1 pitch to Bradley. And it's a rocket shot, but foul down the left field line, and it's 1-2.
That would have done it. He was on it. That would have done it.
Well, Bradley will live to see another pitch. Down 1-2. 1 out, bottom side 7. Tied at 1. Bradley trying to win the game with his bat. And the pitch. Oh, and outside. Nice walk by Sundgren.
That's a nice play by Sundgren. That could have been the game.
It's 2-2.
That easily could have been the game. You don't want, yeah. I tell you, El Dorado doesn't want to lose that way, but I'm happy to win that way.
Bradley with 19 RBIs this year, batting .417 with runners in scoring position. The pitch.
That'll do it.
To left field. Left fielder charging in. They will tag up Levi. The throw in is not in time, and Buhler wins the game 2-1.
Brings us to the conclusion of game 1, and what a game it was. Our final score, the Buhler Crusaders 2, El Dorado Wildcats 1.
So a sac fly off the bat of Bradley Neal, his 20th RBI of the year. And Buhler wins it by a score of 2-1 in 7 innings over the El Dorado Wildcats. And I don't know that I expected a pitcher's duel.
I did not.
Kind of came in thinking Buhler bats would have a chance to really put it to El Dorado. But Reed was good today, and give Draven Fowler every bit as much credit.
Without a doubt, you gotta give those kids a ton of credit. Draven Fowler controlled Buhler in the batter's box all day long, and really it was a fortunate leadoff double.
And a game with no pitching changes
I know.
today.
It was quick.
That does not happen very often.
It does not.
2-1 your final. The Crusaders win it. They're now 14-3 and 6-3 in the league. El Dorado falls to 7-8 and 2-5. And we'll be back with the totals right after this on HKFM and the Crusaders Sports Network.
You're listening to Crusader Baseball on HKFM. Stay tuned for the Shirt Shack postgame show. Shirt Shack.
Check,
where the
check.
shirt
1, 2,
hits
1,
the
2.
fans.
Check.
Coming up, we'll revisit
Check,
today's
1, 2.
game with a Mid-Kansas
Check,
Credit
1, 2.
Union game recap.
Check.
And select the Wifco Steel Products Player of the Game.
As your American Family Insurance agent in Hutchinson, I'm looking out for what matters to you, even when nothing's wrong. This is Sheila Metzger, agent at the Sheila Metzger Agency. Call me at 665-0400 and let's talk about your insurance needs today.
American Family Insurance.
1947. It was the year the Mackenzie Paint and Body Shop opened for business. That's over 70 years they've been serving the Mid-Kansas area with quality workmanship, excellent refinishing, paint, and restoration. Mackenzie Paint and Body Shop specializes in foreign and domestic vehicles. Insurance claims are welcome, and 24-hour towing and recovery service is available. At Mackenzie Paint and Body Shop, they take the dents out of accidents. Just over the bridge at 45 Kansas Avenue in South Hutchinson.
From the minute you walk into Dr. Ediger's office, it's very cozy and warm. The gals that work there are just super sweet and super kind and really make an effort to get to know you and ask about you and your family. family. So they've definitely built relationships with their customers at Dr. Edgar's.
Hi, this is Dr. Corey Ediger, inviting you and your family to call me at 663-9136. That's 663-9136. Or stop by my office on East 30th to make an appointment today at Ediger Family Dental.
Where patients come first.
Erickson Custom Building has a great plan and a budget suited for your needs. Whether it's a new build, a remodel of a kitchen, interior, exterior, or an insurance restoration project, Erickson Custom Building provides quality craftsmanship and superior customer service. We stand behind our work and have lasting relationships with vendors, suppliers, and most importantly, with you, the customer. Erickson Custom Building, proud to support all high school activities. Call 620-585-2816 or visit EricksonCustomBLDG.com.
Buhler Crusader Baseball on HKFM.
Well, hi, everybody. Welcome back. Softball is trailing 9-4 as they're in the fifth inning. Baseball wins game one 2-1. It was a game of few base runners. El Dorado just 4 hits in the game. They actually scored first, led 1-0 going to the bottom of the sixth inning. Then the Crusaders got that run back. A leadoff double, huge by Levi Atherton in the seventh. And Bradley Neal with a sac fly to bring him home. 2 runs off 3 hits for the Crusaders, a run off 4 for El Dorado. There were 4 defensive errors combined by both teams in the game. Our Mid-Kansas Credit Union game recap. Take control of your accounts with Mid-Kansas Credit Union online at mkcu.com. People helping people. And boy, when you have a pitcher's duel like that, Matthew, you know, you get base runners, you get opportunities. You have to find a way to take advantage of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And Buhler able to capitalize there. Levi leads off. Then Austin moves him over. That sack bunt is so important because once you have the sack bunt, a fly ball, even a lazy fly ball, then scores a run, which is exactly what happened. So, you know, Levi, great job to put the bat on the ball with 2 strikes, gets that ball down into the corner. Austin moves him over, is able to get him moved over without, you know, with exactly the situation you were trying to get accomplished. And then Bradley, all he's got to do is hit a fly ball. And
saw some big defensive plays made in the game today. Of course, Rhino had one charging in on the ball. That was our play of the game. And then I go back to that play in foul territory, that diving catch on a foul ball by Taden Hawkinson. It was just fantastic.
Yeah, that was great. Good defense. That was a fun ball game. We haven't seen very many games like that this year. A lot of games, high scoring, and that was not that. That was fun.
Reed Scott goes 7 innings, 4 hits, 1 run, 2 walks, 7 strikeouts. Complete game victory, his 4th of the season. And for the most part, he was pretty good. Gave up a couple of dinks here and there, but nothing hard hit today. And I think it's got to feel redemptive for him on senior day to come back after that tough start against Augusta.
Without a doubt, he really pounded the strike zone, 7 strikeouts. He was really good.
Traven Fowler, the losing pitcher, 6 2/3, gives up 3 runs, 3 hits, 2 runs, walked 2, struck out 2, and he will suffer the loss here as El Dorado falls to 7-8. Well, you don't have to look very hard at the multi-hits today. There's only one of those in the game. Only Matthew Eddy had multiple hits. Only 2 Crusaders had hits, period, in the game. Matthew was 2 for 3. And then, of course, the leadoff double in the 7th by Levi Atherton, 1 for 1. So how many times this year after Buhler bats have been silenced a little bit in game 1 have we seen them come back and just go bananas in game 2?
Without a doubt.
And I'm certainly
thinking
that that's what they're hoping for.
Yeah.
Our Wifco Steel Products player of the game today, from storage tanks to steel walkways, stairways, and platforms, Wifco Steel Products, the expert in steel fabrication, online at wifcosp.com. And congratulations on Levi Atherton on the double and scoring the winning run. And boy, it's got to feel good for him. I know he's been frustrated at the plate at times this year, but then he's also had to, split time in right field. And so when you get the opportunities again, just like we talked about, you got to take advantage.
Yeah, it's a It's a really good at bat, up in a key spot, and the chance to produce. And I think he'll go home tonight feeling pretty good about himself.
So the Crusaders win it in a 2-1 game, 14-3. Game 2 coming up. El Dorado falls to 7-8. Senior night, and as soon as Monty gives me the thumbs up, we are going to have our senior night activities as we recognize our 6 seniors here tonight and their parents, and a special opportunity for these kids who played a ton of baseball as freshmen. They went to the state tournament. That team lost in the opening round in 2018, and then in 2019, of course, they finished runner-up to Nickerson. And our PA announcer, Monty Cross, with tonight's senior night activities.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we'd like to take a moment and celebrate our 2021 senior baseball players. During their time as Crusaders, they have put together a record of 50-15, and that includes not playing any games last year due to the pandemic. Our first senior that we'd like to recognize is Ryan Henderson. Ryan is the son of Tara Horn and Jason Henderson. Ryan would like to take this time to thank his mom and dad for always pushing him to do his best and for driving him all around to games over the years. Mom and Dad, I couldn't have done it without you. Ryan's future plans are to attend Hutchinson Community College, where he will be a part of the baseball team. When asked what his most memorable moment as a Crusader was, he responded, "Hitting a home run in the state championship my sophomore year." When asked about his most embarrassing moment as a Crusader, Ryan responded, "When I accidentally brought my little brother's baseball pants to practice and had to wear extra smalls the whole practice." Ladies and gentlemen, Buhler Crusader Ryan Henderson. You said it was Sean? Our next senior we'd like to recognize is Austin Spann. Austin is the son of Sean and Lachelle Spann. Austin would like to take this time to thank his parents for all they do to support him and for all the sacrifice of their time so he could play baseball over the years. Austin would also like to wish his dad Sean a happy birthday. At the current moment, Austin is undecided on where he will land next year for school, but wants to continue playing baseball in college. He eventually will go to Kansas State. When asked what his most memorable moment as a Crusader, Austin replied, "Making the many friendships and family I have today." When asked about his funniest moment as a Crusader, Austin replied, "Playing at state my freshman year and hearing monkeys and peacocks from the zoo in Emporia." Ladies and gentlemen, Buhler Crusader Austin Spann. Our next senior to recognize is Reed Scott. Reed is the son of Kim Kincaid and David Scott. Reed would like to take this moment to thank his parents for all the time and money invested into his baseball career and to express his appreciation to them for driving him all over to practices and tournaments. At the current time, Reed's post-high school plans are undetermined. When asked about his most memorable moment as a Crusader, Reed responded, "Just goofing around with my teammates in between games at tournaments." When asked about his funniest memory as a Crusader, Reed replied, "Getting to see Mace bat for the first time this year." Ladies and gentlemen, Buhler Crusader Reed Scott. Our next senior to recognize is Tayden Hawkinson. Tayden is the son of Danny and Kim Hawkinson. Tayden would like to take this moment to thank his parents for teaching him to handle himself in any situation. Tayden's future plans include attending Hutchinson Community College next year, where he would like to become an electrician. When asked about his most memorable baseball moment, Tayden responded with 2. The first would be going to state twice as a team, and the second would be winning the World Series in Vail, Colorado when they were 13. Ladies and gentlemen, Buhler Crusader Tayden Hawkinson. Our next senior to recognize is Mason Lipford. Mason is the son of Darren and Jennifer Lipford. Mason would like to take this time to thank his parents for always supporting him spending long weekends at tournaments, and making sure he got to practice on time. Mason's future plans are to attend Kansas State University, where he plans to study civil engineering. When asked about his most memorable moment as a Crusader, Mason responded, "When we made it to the state championship game our sophomore year." When asked about his most embarrassing moment as a Crusader, Mason replied, "When I broke a few bones in my face sophomore year, the embarrassing part was the field mask I had to wear." Ladies and gentlemen, Buhler Crusader Mason Lipford. The final Crusader we'd like to recognize is Corey Gilbert. Corey is the son of Chad and Amy Gilbert. Corey would like to take this moment to thank his parents for all the support they've given him over the years, from T-ball to tonight's senior night, and for being there for him during hundreds of games and practice. Corey would like to say, "My time playing baseball definitely would not be the same without you. I love you both." Corey's future plans are to attend Hutchinson Community College to study automation engineering technology and become an electrician. When asked about his most memorable time as a Crusader, Corey responded, "Being a part of the state runner-up team my sophomore year." When asked about his most embarrassing moment in baseball, Corey replied, "During summer baseball, Coach Neal gave me the take sign with bases loaded, 2 outs, and we were down by 2 runs. I decided to ignore the sign and grounded out to the end of the game. After the game, Coach Neal said he'd never been more disappointed in a player in his whole career, and if you think about it, that's a pretty high honor to me." Ladies and gentlemen, Buhler Crusader Corey Gilbert. Coach Neal and the rest of the baseball coaching staff would like to thank each and every one of our seniors for their commitment and hard work to help make Buhler Crusader baseball what it is today. You have definitely left a lasting legacy. One more time, let's give these seniors a round of applause and thank them for their leadership over the years as Buhler Crusaders.
All right, there we have our senior night ceremonies at home plate. A 2-1 win for the Crusaders in Game 1. Game 2 coming up. We'll be back in just a bit here on HKFM and the Crusaders Sports Network.
You've been listening to the Shirt Shack postgame. We're less than 20 minutes away from Game 2 of today's doubleheader. Crusader Baseball is online at adastraradio.com and on the Ad Astra Radio app for your smartphone or tablet. Oldies 95.9 HKFM.
Are you tired of your dusty or muddy driveway? APAC Kansas Shears Division is here to help. This is Derek Fees. Call us and ask us about our asphalt millings. If you are a do-it-yourselfer, arrange for pickup or delivery at your convenience. Call APAC today at 620-662-2112.
If you have not considered Wade Patton Insurance for your homeowner's insurance, you should call on us. Hello, this is Brad Patton here to remind you that we have the independent advantage to find coverage for your home. Buying insurance doesn't have to be an expensive burden, and we will shop our carriers for you and simplify the placement of coverage. We will tailor a policy to your individual needs, take the time to educate you on your coverage, and be sure you're protecting your biggest investment. Stop in our office on the corner of 6th and Main or find us on the web at WadePattonInsurance.com.
For over 100 years, the people around Reno County have sold their recyclable metals at Midwest Iron and Metal at the corner of Avenue G and Main in Hutch. Now, more than ever, recycling is critical to our world as we try to conserve valuable resources. The energy saved by recycling one aluminum can can equal the amount of energy it takes to run a TV set for 4 hours. So help the planet and help your pocketbook by recycling at Midwest Iron and Metal, open weekdays from 8 till 4:45 at Avenue G and Main in Hutchinson. Check out current prices at MidwestIronandMetal.com.
Rod here from Rod's Tire and Service in Hillsboro. Farmers and ranchers, we know managing your costs is a huge part of making your farm operation profitable. Different pieces of equipment call for different price points of tires. That's why at Rod's Tire we offer a wide variety of ag tires in stock and ready to install. We are well versed in the latest technology to help steer you to the right fit for your tire needs. For your tires for the farm, family, or fleet, give us a call today at Rod's Tire and Service in Hillsboro.
Buhler Crusader Baseball on HKFM. Aaron West brings you every pitch of Crusader Baseball all season on HKFM. Crusader Baseball continues next with the second half of today's doubleheader. The Buhler Crusaders play on Oldies 95.9.
streaming on the Ad Astra radio app and on your smart speaker with TuneIn. Powered by Next Tech Wireless. We play the greatest hits of all time. Hutchinson's 95.9 HKF. Broadcasting from the Ad Astra radio studios. Your station for the greatest hits of all time. KWHK Hutchinson, 95.9 HKFM.
The following is a presentation of the Ad Astra Sports Network. Stay tuned for Crusader Baseball on Oldies 95.9 HKFM and on the Ad Astra radio app for your smartphone or tablet. Coming up on the Midway Motors Drive to the Game, we'll get you set up for the opening pitch with a look at the key stats and players in today's matchup. The Buhler Crusaders play on Oldies 95.9 HKFM.
Allen Samuels, Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram and Hutch are proud supporters of high school sports. And of course, we are proud to support our community any way we can. Good luck to all of our athletes this season. We hope you have a fun and memorable and most of all, healthy season. Be safe. Allen Samuels, Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on the giant corner of Lorraine and 30th in Hutch or online 24/7 at allensamuelshutch.com. Come by. Let's be friends.
Buhler Crusader Baseball on HKFM.
Well, set for game 2 coming up between Buhler and El Dorado. Buhler wins game 1, 2-1. Let's take a look at our HCU Investment and Insurance Services starting lineups. Located inside Heartland Credit Union at 23rd and Severance in Hutchinson. Call Monty Cross at 669-0177. For the 7 and 8 El Dorado Wildcats, leading off the shortstop Drew Veach. Pitching and batting second, Gannon White. At third base, batting third, Trip Baker. The center fielder, Jalen Rice, bats fourth. At first base, batting fifth, Miles Stringer. Second baseman, Draven Fowler, bats sixth. Batting seventh in right field, Adam Cavallaro. In left field, batting eighth, Gavin Bell. Batting ninth and catching is Jaden Sundgren. Again, Veach, White, Baker, Rice, Stringer, Fowler. Cavallaro, Bell, and Sundgren for El Dorado. Head coach Adam McCormick. For the Buhler Crusaders, in game 2, Austin Spann leads off. He's in center field. Batting second and pitching, Bradley Neal. The shortstop, Ryan Henderson, bats third. Batting fourth at first base, Reed Scott. Second baseman, Taden Hawkinson, bats fifth. Designated hitter, Matthew Eddy, batting sixth. Batting seventh in left field, Bo Van Bruggen. At third base, batting eighth, Jeffrey Neal. And the right fielder in the number 9 spot is Levi Atherton. Again, Spann, Neal, Henderson, Scott, Hawkinson, Eddy, Van Bruggen, Neal, and Atherton. John Neal, the 9th-year head coach of the Buhler Crusaders. Ace McCabe will be in the game defensively as the team's catcher. So Bradley Neal warming up. He made a brief appearance in game 2 on Monday at Andale. He threw an inning and a third, tossed 17 pitches, gave up a run off 2 hits, struck out 1 and walked 1 in the win for the Crusaders, 9-2. Bradley making his 7th appearance, his 6th start of the year. He's worked 23 2/3 innings with a 3.32 ERA. Here is pitch number 1. And it is a swing and a miss to Drew Veach. So 0-1 the count. First pitch time of 6:08. Starting almost 2 hours after game 1. There's a ball lifted in the air to the right side. Right fielder and the second baseman giving chase. It'll get up against the screen, against the fence down the right field line for a strike. It's 0-2. 67 degrees, sunny skies, north wind at 8. Our time and temperature brought to you by Prairie Bank of Kansas, online at prairiebankks.com. No balls and 2 strikes. Drew Veach, who was 0 for 4 with a strikeout in game 1.
Good pitch.
And Bradley Neal tries to paint the outside corner, just missing 1 and 2. Crusader Baseball brought to you by Newfelt's Flooring, by Phoenix Restoration, by Wifco Still Products, and by the Buhler Booster Club. The 1-2 pitch. Low and away ball 2-2. Live today from the Allen Samuels broadcast booth, online at allensamuelshutch.com. Come by, let's be friends. 2-2. Bradley's wind and delivery. There's a chopper that'll get past Ryan Henderson at short into left field for a leadoff single. So a good battle with Drew Veach and one on with nobody away.
That's really the best at bat Veach has had all day. He struggled in the first game.
Between the two games, just the 5th hit of the series for El Dorado. Wildcats had a run on 4 hits, 3 errors defensively in game 1. 2 runs, 3 hits, 1 error for Buhler. Swing and a miss. Fastball to Gannon White. Gannon White played third base in game 1, the pitcher in game 2. He was 2 for 3 with a run scored. He was a tough out, the left-handed bat. Infielders playing a double play depth. There's a ground ball that's going to be into right field a hit, so back-to-back hits. Drew Veach on his way to third, throw not in time, and the ball thrown away, but Veach had slid in to third base, and so he'll not advance. However, that will advance Gannon White on a throwing error to second base. So a single to right by White, and then the throwing error, was that on the second baseman?
I think it was on Ryan. I think Ryan's the cutoff on that play from
the
right
shortstop
field.
Was the cut. Veach took second base on the throw, and then White goes to second on the error. So second and third, nobody out, and a strike to Trip Baker. Trip Baker 0 for 3 with a strikeout in game 1. Bradley Neal in a bit of a pinch here to lead off this game with a double and a single. There is a fly ball, shallow right field. Levi coming in against the line. He'll make the play. They'll tag the runner. Strong throw in, and that is a fantastic play by Levi Atherton that chases Drew Veach back to third base. Boy, if you're a Crusader fan, you're hoping he continues. But he made a smart move. So Atherton makes a great throw, but then a heads-up baseball move by Veach to get back to third base.
Yeah, it was a nice play. Levi one-hops Mace in there. Again, we're at the time of day where a ball hit to right field is so hard to locate. It's a nice play.
So 1 out for Jalen Rice, the center fielder, and he takes a strike. Jalen Rice 0 for 3 with a strikeout in game 1. Bradley Neal, in his 6 previous appearances, 23 hits, 17 runs, 11 earned, 7 walks, and 30 Ks. Check swing. Did he go? He did. And it's 0-2. So a strikeout here would be huge because then 2 outs and the runners are still frozen.
Yeah, everybody can kind of play back. And
Veach at third, White at second, both with hits in the inning. 2 on, 1 out, in the 0-2 pitch.
Well, I think Buhler's
upstairs ball 1.
I think Buhler, if you look at the way they're positioned defensively, conceding the run. Middle infielders are playing back. I think they'll trade the out for the run at this point early in the game.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Bradley Neal hits 24 and 25 given up in this inning, and the 1-2 pitch. Check swing. Did he go? Home plate umpire says he did not. 2-2.
That's tough. That's a well thrown ball.
Drew Veach led off with a single. He's at third. Then the single and the error. Gannon White at second base. The 2-2 pitch struck him out. Punched him out looking. And for Bradley Neal, that'll be his first strikeout of the game, and a huge strikeout as 2 outs and the runner's still stuck at second and third. And now Bradley a chance to wiggle out of this. Well, you get second and third with nobody out and you think you're in business. There's a swing and a miss.
Absolutely. Boy, if Bradley can get out of this, you go in to the bottom half of the inning with tons of confidence. It's so hard to escape out of a second and third no-out jam.
Miles Stringer 1 for 2, drove in El Dorado's only run in game 1 with a hit. And he takes a strike in the outside corner, and it is quickly 0-2. Bradley Neal with a career ERA of 2.19. He was brilliant as a freshman, 7-0 with a whip of .76. That pitch just low, 1-2.
That's so close to the last pitch that he just threw. I would love to have a convo with the umpire just to know what he's seeing.
In 44 innings as a freshman, his walks plus hits per inning was .76. 1-2, fouled back to the screen. Yeah,
I think if I'm Bradley, I go right back to that same pitch and see if he won't call it. 1-2. Don't give him anything to hit.
He was so good 2 years ago. It's hard to compare this year to that. I thought he's gotten stronger as the year's gone on this year. 1-2 pitch, the opposite way. What a play! Oh my goodness, what a play! Laying out in right field by Taden Hawkinson, and there's no way
Wow.
that's not our Dix Phillips 66. Phillip of the game. That was a blooper the opposite way to right field.
If that's not our Phillip of the game, I can't wait to see what is. My
and
gosh.
Taden Hawkinson in shallow right lays out and puts it in the glove, and the inning is over. So after 2 hits, Bradley Neal retires the side 0-0 to the bottom of the first on HKFM and the Crusaders Sports Network.
We're leading up to game time with the Midway Motors Drive to the Game. Coming up, the HCU Investment and Insurance Services starting lineups and today's first pitch. The Buhler Crusaders play on Oldies 95.9 HKFM.
Game day is a big deal in our house. We don't just go to watch and cheer, we live and breathe it. Our squad is full of passion, snacks, and spirit, and we needed a car that could do more than transport us. It needed to participate with us. Midway Motors helped us find the winning ride from pre-gaming to post-game celebrations and everything in between. Midway Motors, for every mile of life. Find your game day car at midwaymotors.com.
Did you know that it's estimated that the salt deposits under Kansas could supply the entire world's salt needs for the next 250,000 years? Cargill Salt of Hutch is proud to support the schools of Reno County. Collaborate, create, succeed. Cargill Salt of Hutchinson.
An alarming number of Kansas preteens admit to drinking alcohol in the last 2 weeks, which makes it urgent for caring adults to find every opportunity to talk to their kids about the dangers of underage drinking. Research shows when youth have multiple conversations with adults about avoiding alcohol and other drugs, they listen. Underage drinking lowers inhibition and increases the chance of risky, regrettable behaviors. Find tips on what to say at riseupreno.org or on Facebook at Rise Up Reno Prevention Network.
Yoder Meats is way more than just meat, but if you're looking for grain-fed, locally raised, antibiotic-free, and no hormone-added beef, Yoder Meats is the place. Feed the family with your choice of bundles or smaller butcher bags designed with a variety of meats to fit your needs. They have exotic meats too, and a wide variety of delicious cheeses, baked goods, groceries, specialty candies, gift items, and even products for your pet. Get it all at Yoder Meats in Yoder, open 10 to 6 Monday through Saturday. Find specials at yodermeatsks.com.
Buhler Crusader Baseball on HKFM.
Well, the first pitch thrown by Gannon White here in the bottom of the first is a ground ball that the home plate umpire calls to the foul side of the third base bag, and it's 0-1.
Coach Neal didn't argue. I think I might have just a little bit, but that was a great piece of hitting.
So no balls and 1 strike on Austin Spann. Spann went 0 for 3 with a strikeout. Now he hit by a pitch. It bounced off his helmet. It went probably 30 feet in the air and hit off the screen behind home plate.
I'm here to tell you, in the helmet is the place that it doesn't hurt the most at this point. His helmets are good.
Austin Spann with a team leading 8th hit by a pitch this season. So the leadoff runner on. And here is Bradley Neal. Gannon White, the right-hander, the start in game 2 for El Dorado. And he pitches low and away for ball 1. Austin on for the first time here in game 2. He snapped his 5-game hit streak in game 1. Bradley Neal was 0 for 4. But he had an important at-bat in the 7th inning of game 1 with a runner at third base, throw to first, and Spanny back safely. Levi Atherton at third base. Bradley hit a fly ball to left field that scored the winning run. Bradley snapped his 2-game hit streak in game 1. Still looking for hit number 19. Now pitch low, runner going, not in time. And Austin Spann was stolen base number 14. 2 balls and no strikes on Bradley Neal. Senior day here at the park. We'll get a chance to talk about our softball seniors coming up. Austin Spann, one of our baseball seniors who just stole second base. Happy birthday to his dad, Sean. 2-0 pitch. Check swing. Called a strike in the outside corner. It's 2-1. I love Austin's funniest moment in baseball. In 2018, we played in the state tournament at Emporia, and the park, the outfield fence, the 1-2 pitch, there's a ball hit. That's going to get through for a hit to left field. Coach Neal waving Spanny home from third base, and an RBI single for Bradley Neal, and the Crusaders lead it 1-0.
Number 2.
Oh, a better start.
Yeah, that's a little more like it, isn't it?
To this game than game 1. Buhler leads it 1-0 here.
So Rhino with a chance.
Rhino went over, snapped his 5-game hit streak.
Trouble.
Goes the opposite
That's
way.
trouble.
It is a fair ball down the right field line. Little pop fly. And Coach Neal holding up Bradley at third base. A pop fly double for Ryan Henderson. Back-to-back hits. And Buhler has something going here in the first inning.
That may be the softest double Ryan's had all year. He didn't hit that real square. Popped it up right over the head of the first baseman, but it's that area where Augusta wore Buhler out last week, right over the first baseman. There's not a whole lot you can do with it.
So Rhino, who was 0 for 3 in game 1, gets his team-leading 26th hit of the season. And now Reed Scott, first pitch into right center field. That's a hit. Here comes Bradley to score. Henderson right behind him, and 2 more RBIs off the bat of Reed Scott. It's 3-0. Runs batted in on the season, 18-19 for Reeder Scott. Boy, did we talk about
we did.
After a frustrating game 1, it seems like this year that when that's happened, the bats tend to go bananas in game 2.
They do. If you're listening online, Crusader Sports Network, we know we're dealing with some technical difficulties. We'll get you feedback shortly.
Also streaming on our @Astro Radio app. You can download that to your smartphone or tablet. Powered by Nextech Wireless, because you're mobile and need to stay connected. Runner at first. Still nobody out, and here's Taden Hawkinson, who made maybe the play of the year, diving in right field to save 2 runs in the top of this inning.
I think you'd be hard-pressed to argue there's been a better one. That was a phenomenal play by the Buhler second baseman.
Taden Hawkinson 0 for 3 in game 1. And he takes a strike. Tater batting .449, looking for his 23rd hit. 1-1 the count. 3 runs home in the inning. Runner at first with nobody out. Throw to first, and Scott back safely. He's talking about Austin Spann's funniest moment in Emporia for a state that year. The baseball field backs up to the zoo in Emporia, and Austin said as he was in center field he could hear the monkeys and other animals making noise behind the center field fence. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2.
I remember that trip with you. It was a little rainy that weekend.
It was. It's always rainy at state.
It does seem it's always raining during the state tournament, doesn't it?
1-2 the count. Runner at first. 3 runs home in the inning. And Taden takes off the plate for ball 2. 2-2. Taden Hawkinson, an OBP of .565. Looking for his first hit of this series, his 23rd of the year. He snapped a 10-game hit streak. Hitless in game 1. That pitch missing up, 3-2. So Gannon White, unlike his counterpart, Draven Fowler, is run into trouble here in the first inning of this game. Fowler and Scott were brilliant both in game one. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Tater went after the pitch up and away and couldn't connect, and there's one out in the inning. That'll bring up Matthew Eddy. Matthew Eddy 2 for 3. Boy, I'd be hard-pressed to find another guy outside of Ryan Henderson, another guy who's been more consistent this year than this one.
Yeah, Matthew has just been such a good approach in the plate, never tries to do too much. Takes what the pitcher gives you, like that pitch right there, outside corner.
Fouls it off, back it out of play.
Matthew's not trying to pull it, just trying to hit the ball the opposite way. Love his approach.
2 for 3 in game one. His 7th multi-hit game of the year. He now has a 5-game hit streak and 21 hits on the season, batting .422. White's 0-1 pitch is upstairs, a fastball for ball one. He's only hit this year in that number 6 hole, but he's been very consistent. Played in all but 2 games. 1-1 pitch, curveball missed inside, 2-1. Get a chance to talk about what else is happening in Crusaders sports here in game 2. Softball lost their game one 14-4. Runner going at a pitch inside, throw down. Good throw, but not in time. Sundgren's been pretty good behind the plate.
Yeah, yes.
Decent throw, but Reed Scott is able to beat it to the bag, and he'll be safe at second with a stolen base.
Boy, it just furthers what we've talked about so much. Buhler has been so aggressive on the bases this year.
Absolutely. Stolen base number 11 for Reed. There's a curveball on the outside corner, and it's 3-2. Soccer playing tonight. They'll be underway shortly at home against Rose Hill. They have Rose Hill tonight and then a matchup with Nickerson next week left in the regular season. Low and away ball 4, and Matthew Eddy works a 1-out walk. Base on balls number 9 this year for Matthew. So first and second for Bo Van Bruggen. Bo had 1 of 2 runs driven in the win in game 1, a sacrifice fly that scored a run for Buhler in the 6th. And already, head coach Adam McCormick out to talk to his pitcher. Boy, already such a pitcher's duel in game 1, and this has had a different flavor, although Buhler didn't give up a run in that top of the first. El Dorado did get 2 hits, and then Buhler has scored 3 runs in the bottom of this first. So,
yeah, really a completely different game. It felt like that. That first game happened so fast. Innings were just, quickly, and already it feels like this inning has taken about the same amount of time as 2 innings in the first game. This thing is moving slow as White is having a hard time keeping Crusaders off the base paths.
Our JV golf team will be at the league meet tomorrow. That is at Heston. Very familiar course to them. Pitch, check, swing. Upstairs a ball. Reed Scott faked like he was going, but heads back to second base. Throw to third. Nothing doing there. One of our employees this past week, Calvin Shank, won a JV meet. Pretty cool for him. Upstairs, ball 2. Track and field tomorrow in Salina. They'll be at Salina Stadium. Hopefully, plan is to get a couple of our tracksters on our This Week in Crusader Sports next Monday.
But there's already action in the
3 balls and no strikes. This is Jeffrey. Check that.
Says Bo.
Bo Van Bruggen. And the 3-0 pitch. There's a strike. I think Bo thought that was ball 4. Called on the inside corner.
May as well try to buy it, right?
Tennis has regionals. They have been moved up a day from Saturday to Friday here at the Buckbalzer tennis courts. So not doing anything tomorrow. Come out and watch our tennis players. There's a strike, and from 3-0, it's now 3-2. Good luck to Coach Babcock and the crew tomorrow. I joked with him that he moved it up a day. There's a ball hit high in the air to left field. Left fielder Bell settling under it. And there are 2 away. Runners will not advance.
Number 8, Jeffrey Neal.
I joked with Mr. Sizer that the citywide garage sales here in Buhler on Saturday. I joked with him that he moved the tennis up a day so he could go garage sailing.
That seems like something that Mr. Sizer would do.
You can find some bargains now.
I know he's a bargain hunter.
Absolutely. Gannon White trying to work himself out of the inning after giving up 3 runs. There's a ball low and inside to Jeffrey Neal. Jeffrey didn't play in game 1. 10 hits and 21 at-bats for the freshman, batting .476. He has 3 doubles. Gannon White fakes the throw to second, and the runner back safely. Three 0 Crusaders, bottom of the first. There's a strike on the outside corner, and it's 1-1.
Tough pitch.
This umpire seems to have adopted a bit of the strike zone from game 1.
That outside, low outside corner, that's tough.
1-1, up and in. It gets away from Sundgren. Runners go, and Reed Scott is out except for Baker drops the baseball.
Boy, Reed Scott is fortunate. I think he thought that ball got away from Sundgren. So he tried to take off, and he slid right into Baker's glove, and I think that's what knocked the ball out of it.
So you're going to call that to safe on an
I believe that's
E5?
Oh, yeah, you're probably right. That is probably safe on an E5.
Monty says give him a stolen base, but Reed Scott should have been out.
Without a doubt.
So now second and third with 2 outs and a 2-1 count on Jeffrey Neal. And a chance for the freshman to do some damage. Pop fly right field. Right fielder over against the line makes the play. And the inning is over. So Jeffrey flies out to end the first, but a much different first inning than we had in game 1, where Buhler didn't score until the 6th inning. They put 3 on the board here in the first. 3 runs on 3 hits. There were 2 left. We'll go to the second in a 3-0 game. Buhler up on HKFM and the Crusaders Sports Network.
Under the right conditions, 30 female fleas can turn into 250,000 fleas within 30 days. Hi, this is Dr. Randy Smith of Appalachian Animal Hospital. Fleas are nasty parasites programmed for survival and hard to exterminate. Thankfully, veterinary science has given us safe and effective ways to control these pests. Managing this life cycle will give your pet relief and help your home remain flea-free. Don't leave your pet's comfort and safety in the hands of someone who doesn't know your pet. Call us at Appalachian Animal Hospital, 662-0515.
At Dick's Phillips 66, our family has kept motorists on the road for nearly 60 years. Hi, this is Janet Dick, inviting you to stop by our locally owned station at 1215 East 4th in Hutch. Dick's offers top-tier gasoline, grab-and-go food options, and friendly service. Wherever you're headed, every journey begins with a stop at Dick's Phillips 66, 4th and Stevens in Hutch.
Newfeld's Flooring, your experts in design and installation of carpet, tile, wood, and vinyl floor covering. Proudly sponsoring Buhler High School activities, Newfeld's Flooring in downtown Buhler.
Buhler Crusader Baseball on HKFM.
Well, hi, everybody. Welcome back here in a 3-0 game, top of the second. Bradley Neal back to work. He'll get Draven Fowler. And a breaking pitch in the outside corner for a strike. Draven Fowler was 0 for 3 with a strikeout in game 1. He was pretty good on the bump. 0-1 pitch. Check swing low, ball 1-1-1. Nothing fancy from Fowler in game one. He just went about his business and pitched a quiet game.
Yeah, threw strikes, kept the ball down. I mean, it's pretty simple.
1-1 pitch. Outside corner, 1-2. And yeah, I think to your point there, you don't have to be the greatest pitcher in the world. You just, if you can keep the ball down, you're going to produce a lot of ground balls. 1-2, fouled back to the screen. Fowler was on that.
And El Dorado's defense held up pretty much. You know, I thought they were pretty good today. So
I talked with Coach Neal about that. I really felt like that's what our pitchers did at Andale. Keep the ball down out of that wind.
That's right.
1-2 pitch upstairs, ball 2. Jeffrey Neal did a nice job of that in particular, just producing a lot of ground balls, and defense did a good job. 2-2 the count. Leadoff batter in the second. And a breaking pitch called strike 3. And there is one away. So Fowler strikes out. That'll be Brad's second strikeout of the game. And that'll bring up the number 7 batter, Adam Cavallaro. He was 0 for 3 with a strikeout in game 1 and goes after the high cheese, a swing and a miss. Got himself caught in the mousetrap there.
A little bit.
No balls, 1 strike. The pitch from Bradley Neal. Goes after the breaking pitch. And he pops it out of play to the left side, 0-2. Three runs, 3 hits in the first inning for Buhler and a 3-0 lead. Fastball away, ball 1-1-2.
I'm sitting here thinking, I don't remember when these kids were growing up playing a whole lot of teams from El Dorado.
1-2 pitch. Low ball 2, 2-2.
I don't a lot of teams that we play, I recognize kids from playing them in tournaments growing up. I don't really recognize very many of these kids.
Most of the El Dorado kids I've seen them in football or basketball. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Back-to-back punch-outs by Bradley Neal. And quickly 2 down here in the top of the second.
Number 34, Gavin Bell.
That'll bring up Gavin Bell. Gavin Bell 0 for 2. He had a walk in game 1. The pitch from Bradley. In on the hand, swing and a miss.
That's a big cut on a pitch he couldn't really do too much with.
Varsity golf on Wednesday. Upstairs, ball 1-1-1. Finished 8th at the I-135 shootout. Will Yates was their leader. He's been consistently their best golfer this year. Golf has league next week. In there for a strike at the knees, and it's 1-2. Georgia Tennis has regionals tomorrow. They finished 4th in their league meet. That also happened earlier this week. 1-2 pitch, check swing, low ball 2. 2-2. Two outs, base is empty. 2-2 the count on Gavin Bell, the left fielder, and the pitch. Just missed outside with a fastball, and it's a full count.
Did it miss?
Apparently it did.
Look at you being so disciplined today, not complaining about umpiring.
I am not.
It's very good. It's very impressive.
It's
Aaron.
a beautiful day.
Very
Tuesday's swimming finished 4th of 11 teams at the Derby meet. There's the punch out, strike 3 looking. And so Bradley Neal gets him 1, 2, 3 in the second inning, and he strikes out the side. No runs, no hits, base is left empty. And Buhler with a 3-0 advantage as we go to the bottom of the second on HKFM and the Crusader Sports Network.
Strikes your home or business, call your hometown team. Call Phoenix Restoration.
Hi, this is Robin Swanson. My husband Ryan and I and our team at Phoenix Restoration are proud to be Reno County's only locally owned fire and water restoration company. When the unthinkable hits your home or business, we are here to help. We'll put our 10+ years of experience to work to help you recover. Check us out at phoenixrestorationandroofing.com. Phoenix Restoration will help you rise again after your disaster.
Manufacturing facilities, warehouses, oil, fuel and water storage, grain elevators, product makers, rooftops, HVAC containment, refineries, garages, and more rely on the quality and integrity of WIFCO products. Go to WIFCOSP.com for more. WIFCO Steel Products, the experts in steel fabrication.
Do you bleed maroon and white? Do you want to help the students of BHS in their extracurricular activities? The Buhler High Booster Club helps support hundreds of students each year. To join, stop by the Buhler Closet at any home game or email BuhlerBoosterClub@gmail.com.
Buhler Crusader Baseball on HKFM.
Well, a new pitcher here in the second inning is Cole Rickard. Tall righty for the Wildcats. This call to the pen brought to you by Buhler Dental Care. From regular teeth cleanings to advanced periodontal work. Your hometown dentist, Buhler Dental Care, providing healthy smiles with a gentle touch.
So Sundgren has moved to left field.
And Bell, Sundgren was the catcher. Do we have a
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Wildcats.
new catcher?
Number 15,
Maybe
Cole
I saw it
Rickard.
wrong. I'm sorry. I must have seen it wrong.
Left fielder, Nova.
We may have a new catcher.
No, definitely 9 is in left field.
Okay.
It looks like 4 is catching, perhaps.
Batting number 5, Levi Atherton.
I think White is now catching.
Okay. Gannon White pitches an inning. 30 pitches, 3 hits, 3 runs, a walk, and a strikeout. He also hit a batter. Here's Levi Atherton. And Levi takes low away ball 1. Levi, who led off the 7th inning of game 1 with that double, eventually scored the winning run on the sac fly by Bradley Neal. 1-0 pitch. Cole Rickard has a little bit of sidearm action to him.
He does.
Really comes with that delivery from the side of his body. Kind of flings the ball to the plate. There's a strike. It's 2-1. So with that change, the starting pitcher went to left field. That is, check that. I'm sorry. The starting pitcher
is out of the game.
Gannon White is now catching.
Oh, yep, you're right.
And then the catcher, Sundgren, went to left. 2-2 on Levi Atherton as he fouls one off. Levi 1 for 1. His only at bat in game 1 was that double. His second extra base hit of the year. Another one fouled back and out of play right in front of us. Still 2-2.
That was close. Thought Monty was going to catch it.
So Rickard, the new catcher. White is the new catcher, and Sundgren in left field.
Another foul ball. It's good at bat.
Still 2-2. Hopefully everybody has that straight. I don't know. He got squirrely on Monday at Andale. I mean, boy, look at that. That curveball stayed up, but it had a wicked twist to it.
It did indeed.
3-2. Well, the way he spins that sidearm out of his hand, you can really see the spin action. 3-2 pitch. Outside ball 4, and Levi takes a walk.
It's a good at bat.
That'll be his 11th walk of the year.
I think that's a 10-pitch at bat. That's a good job. Would welcome the new pitcher in and make him throw 10 pitches and Still get a leadoff guy on. That's
We'll
good
get
stuff.
Austin Spann to the plate. Austin Spann was hit by a pitch and scored one of 3 Buhler runs in the first inning. Runner at first, nobody out here in the second. Atherton going on the first pitch, and the ball is thrown into center field. Now Levi, we thought about going to third, but Coach Neal puts the brakes on as Rice got to the ball pretty quickly.
Levi knows that Austin's got a couple of stolen bases on him now. Wastes no time trying to
coming back
trying
after
to
you.
catch him.
Austin's got 14 now with 2 in this series. For Levi, that was his 13th. And there's a ground ball to the right side. Second baseman scoops and throws. That'll advance the runner to third base. And 1 away.
Now batting number 9, Bradley Neal.
It's a nice play by Fowler.
So here's a familiar situation. Bradley Neal at the plate with Levi Atherton at third. That's how Buhler won the game in the 7th in game 1. Bradley 1 for 1, singled his first time up. And he hits one the opposite way foul here, the right-handed batter. Starting pitcher here in game 2, chance to help his cause.
Leading off for the Crusaders in the bottom of the first, Carson.
0-1 pitch.
Tell you this,
upstairs,
it's
ball
tight.
1.
The strike zone is tight, and that curveball from Rickard takes about an hour to get to the plate. I mean,
you can see it twisting. Fastball low and away, and it's 2-1. I mean,
it's like, I mean, it takes a while to get there.
Levi Atherton led the inning off with a walk, stole second, went to third. On the ground ball out by Austin Spann. Now Bradley Neal, and he puts a charge into one down the left field line, and it is foul.
That ball was well struck by Bradley.
Just a bit out in front of it.
Carson.
Still 2-2. Rickard comes set, and the pitch.
Man, that thing is
upstairs, ball 3.
That is a strange looking pitch. I mean, I don't know if joining us on the Crusader Sports Network can see it. I mean, that thing just takes forever to get
3-2 pitch. That is hit high in the air to left. Left fielder going back. Can't find it. It's going to be over his head.
One hops the fence.
And that is going to be a 1-out double that scores a run for Bradley Neal, who's 2 for 2. And for Bradley, his 4th double, his 8th extra base hit of the season.
Nice job. That is exactly how you want to welcome Rickard to the game. Get the leadoff guy on, move him around. Second guy or third guy comes in. Extra base hit. Now you've got to still have a runner on base, and this is no time to get comfortable at all.
That'll get Ryan Henderson to the plate. He had a hit to right field his first time up. And that curveball sails over his head. You know, and almost the way he throws that, sidearm over here, it looks like he rotates his wrist as he lets go.
It is. It almost is. It's like it's spinning on axis.
Boy, runner going from third. Bradley dives into third base. Got a great read and steals third base. 1 ball and 1 strike on Ryan Henderson. Well, and because that curveball takes a couple of hours to get to the plate. In on the hands, Rhino pops it up. Right side, foul territory, catcher can't get there. I don't know that the first baseman shouldn't call the catcher off and try and make that play.
I agree, but I'm here to tell you it was a situation just like this at Andale on a ball that was hit foul down the first base line. Ryan got second life and cashed it in, drove in a couple of runs.
That foul ball fell between the catcher and the first baseman over here near the first base on deck circle. Ryan strikes through, swings through strike 3, and there are 2 down. The catcher dove after it but couldn't get it. And then Rhino strikes out, and here's Reed Scott. Reed Scott singled his first time up. Fourth run home in this inning for the Crusaders. 4-0 they lead. 2 outs, runner at third in the bottom of the second. And Rickard's pitch in on the hands. Fouled straight back by Reed Scott. We'll wrap up our regular season coverage on Monday at Mulvane. Now it's just the way that the schedule has played out. Curveball up, ball 1. But we have played at Mulvane in 3 years, and all those series have been at Mulvane. 1-1 pitch outside. Ball 2. I think for the first time this year, JV will be in a different location. They play a football field, field adjacent to the football field over by the middle school. 2-2 now on Reed Scott.
So have they have a new facility?
Well, Varsity plays out
at the park
where the softball teams play.
On the north side of town.
It's kind of north and east of town.
Yep.
2-2 pitch. And Reed gets a piece, fouls it back to stay alive.
That was Rickard's best curveball of the day. That was well thrown.
They held 4A state at that complex 1 year.
For baseball?
When it was first built. Baseball and softball in Mulvane.
Really?
It's been a number of years ago.
I say it doesn't strike me as
it's
big
low
enough.
3-2.
Doesn't strike me as big enough. I don't even remember there being much of a grandstand there.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner still at third. And the pitch, rocket shot, foul of third base.
Man, I'm here to tell you, if you're Bradley, you see your life flash before your eyes. When Reed opens up like that, turns his hips, just hope that it doesn't hit you, because if it really,
yeah, that's a song. Hips don't lie.
Really?
3-2 again, and Reed chops it to the shortstop. Can't backhand it. It gets into left field. I don't think that ever touched Veach's glove.
I think he tried to go for it. He just played it off either his foot or his. I'm here to tell you
bounced right over his glove into left field.
I have the same thing to say about that play as I do about your last joke.
It wasn't very good. So Reed Scott drives in another run, and it's 5-0. Reed's got a pair of hits today. It looked like it just bounced right over his glove.
Yeah.
Maybe it did hit his foot.
Did you give him a hit or an error?
I gave him a hit. And Reed going on first pitch, but Hawkinson flies one into right field, and the inning is over. So Tatum 0 for 2. Buhler plates 2 more runs, 2 runs on 2 hits. And a 5-0 lead will go to the third on HKFM and the Crusaders Sports Network.
Mid-Kansas Credit Union, serving Central Kansas from their locations in Moundridge and Buhler. Take control of your accounts and sign up for online banking at mkcu.com with features like remote capture deposit and online bill pay. Member owned and proudly supporting Crusader arts, athletics, and academics. Mid-Kansas Credit Union at 200 West 2nd in Buhler and in Moundridge. Member NCUA.
Hi, this is Cliff Ray with Ray & Sons Roofing Company, and today I brought our 4-year-old grandson, Brogan. Brogan, did you know Ray & Sons Roofing is 80 years old this year? Do you know what that means?
No, Papa.
It means we have a lot of experience. Brogan, did you know we have been the best of the best every year? You know what that means?
What, Papa?
People trust us, and that's a very good thing. For a free inspection or estimate, go to rayandsons.com.
Roof the right way, the right way.
Buhler Crusader Baseball on HKFM.
Well, we move to the top of the third inning. Crusader Baseball brought to you by the Bruce Isaacson Agency, by Hutch Rec, by McKenzie Paint and Body, and by Edgar Family Dental. Live from the Allen Samuels broadcast booth. Second inning, 0-0 in game 2 for softball. They lost game 1 14-4. 5-0 here. It'll be Sundgren now, the left fielder, up first. And he takes strike 1 from Bradley Neal. Sundgren, and then back to the top of the order. Home plate umpire calls time here. Well, Bradley gave up those 2 hits in the first inning, but then struck out the side in the second. Low and away ball 1, 1-1. One pitch. Swung, but I don't know what he meant to. Grounds it to Jeffrey Neal at third, and there's 1 away.
Little check swing chopper. I think Jeffrey fields it on a couple of bounces. Those are the ground balls that I could catch. You know, the ones where I don't have to bend over very much. Oh, you're just for the record, your wife let me know that you do listen to a lot of Shakira. So
Shakira, sorry,
I'm impressed.
Running over your foot.
You're fine. I'm impressed by that.
Here's Drew Veach. He singled to lead off the game. 1 for 1. Takes slow and outside.
Always thought of you as a Shakira kind of guy.
Those are the only words I know to any Shakira song. 1-0 pitch. Ground ball. Ryan's up with it at short. Strong arm across in time, and there are 2 away. So Bradley Neal 5 pitches into the inning. And there are 2 outs.
Now batting the catcher, number 4, Gannon White.
Soccer hosting Rose Hill tonight. Lady Crusaders up 2-0. I saw some pictures from Tuesday's loss at Mac. Buhler lost 3-1. There's a fly ball to center.
Bet that gets caught.
Span on it, and just like that, the inning is over. But Alex Hutton took a hard spill in that match, covered in blood, and I bet it didn't phase her a bit. 5-0 still as we go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Crusader baseball on HKFM and the Crusader Sports Network.
For more than 90 years, Hutchinson Community College has been the premier 2-year educational institution in Kansas, offering the highest quality education at an exceptional value. Schedule a personal campus tour today to learn more about what we have to offer. Visit hutchcc.edu/admissions for more information.
At Adams Brown, our clients are the center of everything we do. Hi, this is Brett Henry. If you farm or in the agriculture, healthcare, construction, real estate, or own your own business, we'd love to talk to see how we can help your operation. Adams Brown, Strategic Allies and CPAs, above and beyond.
IdeaTech brings the fastest, most reliable internet service to rural towns in our region, and we back it up with the friendliest customer service based right out of Buhler. With our fully fiber optic network, IdeaTech customers can enjoy speeds faster than those in the largest cities in the U.S., serving small communities in south central Kansas and select parts of Hutchinson. Visit ideatech.com or call us at 620-543-5000 to learn more.
Buhler Crusader Baseball on HKFM.
Well, hi, everybody. Welcome back here to Wheatland Park. A just fantastic day for baseball. We've had some cold, windy weather this year. It's nice to have a sunny day.
Without a doubt, beautiful afternoon. Not super, a little breezy, not windy.
Matthew Eddy walked in the first. Eddy and then Van Bruggen and Neal. Pitch in on the hands, popped in the air. Shortstop going out behind second base. Into the outfield grass, he'll make the play, and there's 1 away.
I was just thinking, I don't think very many times that I've watched Matthew Eddy swing at the first pitch this year, buddy.
That is rare for him. That'll bring up Bo Van Bruggen. Bo flied out to left in the first. Going back to my thought from the last inning, Alex was okay, able to stay in the match, but boy, going the opposite way. Nice job. Van Bruggen fists one to shallow right field for a 1-out single.
Little soft liner. Do you call that a line drive or a fly ball? What do you even call that? It didn't get very high.
Isn't that a, what do they say in the bigs? A duck snort?
Duck snort, yeah. Booty knock. In the scorebook, it's a searing line drive.
Absolutely. Knocked the cover off the baseball.
That's right.
So 1 on, 1 out. Here's Jeffrey Neal. Jeffrey flied to right in the first. Did hear some tough news in that soccer match that Aubrey Tanksley, who's been amazing this year for the Crusaders, went down with an injury. That's a tough pill to swallow. 1 ball, no strikes in the pitch. Curveball,
I mean,
outside, 1-1.
Aubrey's even better than you are at soccer.
That wouldn't take much. 2 balls and no strikes, 1 out, runner at first. 5-0 Buhler in the bottom of the 3rd, low and away. Ball 3. Rio pitch. There's a strike to Jeffrey, now 3-1. A lot of people don't think of soccer as a contact sport, but it can be pretty physical.
Without a doubt.
3-1 pitch. That curveball sailed behind Jeffrey for ball 4. That was almost a booty knock of a different kind.
All right, so bases loaded. No outs. This is
first
another
and second, no out.
All right, sorry, that's what I meant. This is another bunt situation here.
Well, Levi walked and scored in the 2nd. Up there from the left side. And he takes on the outside corner for strike 1. He was not bunting. Apparently his third base coach thinks differently than you do.
That's fair. It happens from time to time or a lot.
0-1 pitch. Goes the opposite way. How about a single to left?
How about that?
And the runners will hold at 2nd and 3rd. Bases loaded now with 1 out. And Levi Atherton on base twice there with a single. Single and a walk. Nice job of going the opposite way. And that'll bring up Austin Spann. Austin hit by a pitch, scored in the 1st. He grounded to 2nd in the 2nd. How about a big gapper from Spanny?
Yes, how about something out to right center field?
Austin takes inside.
Or he could have just warned that.
That one would have hurt.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't hurt me.
You have a little bit of extra protection.
Wait, I mean, what I meant was it wouldn't have hurt me had Austin been hit.
Oh, okay.
And that's not very nice.
1-0 pitch. Oh, that one almost hit him again.
He's annoyed that he didn't let it hit him.
2-0 on Spann. He does lead the team in hit by a pitch this year with 8. He's like,
He could have had 10.
He was almost hit twice. 2-0 pitch from Rickert. That one goes away. Austin chops it to the left side. Shortstop up with it. Long throw, and time is going to be close. They say safe.
Boy,
and an infield single and a run scored, and it's 6-0.
Just digging. That ball hit in the hole, and it's a terrible spot for the shortstop to have to make a play. Levi with a big lead. No play for him at 2. The only play is at 1, and Austin runs a little faster than both of us. So
an RBI hit number 16 for Austin Spann. RBI number 14.
Big bender.
And now strike 1 on the curveball to Bradley Neal. Bradley singled in the 1st and scored. He doubled in the 2nd and scored. The 0-1 pitch. Inside ball 1-1. Bradley doubled to the fence. He one-hopped the fence and left his last time up.
You know, how about just go ahead and hit it over? You know,
works too.
A second grand salami on the year.
Leads the team in runs scored, 29-30 in game 1. There's a chopper foul. Over toward the third base dugout. It's 1-2. You're about to say something about Coach Neal.
Yeah, like perfect practice
like
makes
lay
perfect.
out and dive for that.
I want to see Coach Neal give a little more effort on that ball.
Like Taden Hawkinson
That's
did
right.
with the ball in right field.
That's right.
1-2 pitch. Up and in. It's 2-2.
Taden goes all out for that. Everybody celebrates him. I think Coach Neal needs to Show us his defensive wizardry.
El Dorado had their 6-game winning streak snapped in game 1. Now
That's
low
tough.
ball 3.
It's a tough
so
take.
the count full, 1 out, bases full, nowhere to put Bradley. You sitting on the fastball here?
Yeah. Other way if he'll give it to you.
3-2 pitch, fastball low, grounded. Nice play by the third baseman to second. That'll be the only play. They'll get the out there. The run will score. Jeffrey Neal comes home from third. So a ball in play ends up being a fielder's choice.
Now batting number 2, Ryan Henderson.
Austin Spann out at second base. Runners now at the corners and 2 outs, and it's 7-0. And here is Rhino. Well, Rhino struck out his last time up. I guarantee you he wants to erase that. Upstairs ball 1. Rhino 1 for 2. Doubled and scored in the first. Struck out in the second. You're talking about searing line drives. That double for Rhino was a little bloop to right field, but nobody knows that.
Yeah, I'm telling you. In the box score, it looks awesome.
1-0 pitch inside, runner going to second, and Bradley will take second without a throw. So a base hit here could score 2 more. 2-0 pitch, and that one nearly hit Rhino. No, they say it did. It nicked him. Looked like it caught a piece of his left shoulder.
He doesn't look real impressed.
I was thinking more of the fact that he really didn't. You know, Rhino has that mentality that every time he goes up, he wants a hit.
That's right.
I don't want to be hit by a pitch.
I agree.
So the base is loaded for Reed Scott.
I'm just so happy that I get on base.
This will be the 8th batter up in the inning. Reed is 2 for 2 with a pair of singles. And the pitch way outside. That'll get to the backstop. Runner coming home, safe. It's 8-0. Runners also advance to second and third as Levi Atherton scores the 8th run of the game on a wild pitch.
Here to tell you, I don't know that I think Levi got a great jump on that. I think the ball bounced right back to White. I think probably Levi's a little fortunate White didn't pick it up clean.
1-0 pitch, upstairs ball 2. Yeah, we've seen that often here in this park. Because the lower part of the backstop is concrete, a lot of times it'll hit that concrete and bounce right back to the catcher.
Yeah.
2 balls and no strikes in the pitch. And Reed takes in the outside corner. But just like game 1, that low and away strike has been pretty consistent.
It has been. Yeah, both umpires have been willing to call it.
1 and 2, or make it 2 and 1 here. 2 outs, runners second and third. Pitch to Reed Scott. That one a little too far away, and it's 3 and 1. Well, Dorado 7 and 8, Buhler 14 and 3. Crusaders have not lost a series this year. 3-1 pitch. Inside ball 4, and the bases again are loaded. And here's Taden Hawkinson. All right, get your wallet out. Does or does not Tater swing at the first pitch fastball? He likes that first pitch fastball.
He does. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's going to be annoyed with himself at this point.
That he popped up.
Yeah, that he popped up, so he won't do it.
I don't know. We'll find out shortly. Adam McCormick, head coach for El Dorado, is out to talk to his pitcher. Crusader Baseball brought to you in part by Midway Motors, by H&R Block, by the Medicine Shop, and by Next Tech Wireless. Buhler Soccer leading 2-0 at halftime. Goals in the game by Camry Coker and Tegan Nielsen. And I think we're going to have a pitching change. This call to the pen brought to you by Buhler Dental Care, from regular teeth cleanings to advanced periodontal work. Your hometown dentist, Buhler Dental Care, providing healthy smiles with a gentle touch. And we'll have a new pitcher when we come back on HKFM and the Crusaders Sports Network.
Prairie Bank of Kansas is a local bank with local concerns. You'll find us in the heart of the community, helping wherever we're needed. We enjoy working with local schools to help promote activities like sports and extracurricular learning. We hope you support these valuable activities too. We'll be right here with you. Visit one of our locations in Stafford, Buhler, Inman, or Hutchinson, or check us out online at prairiebankks.com. Prairie Bank of Kansas. How banking should be.
The name Johnson Sheet Metal doesn't sound like a heating and air conditioning company, but our family at Johnson Sheet Metal became a Lennox dealer 99 years ago and are still servicing and installing heating and air conditioning systems in Hutchinson and Reno County. Through 4 generations, our specialty has been the Lennox brand, but we can service other brands just as well. We do metals too, but if you have a heating or air conditioning need, call Johnson Sheet Metal today at 620-662-0224.
Buhler Crusader Baseball on HKFM.
Well, another tall righty. Chase Lesh is the new pitcher. Rickard goes hitting in 2/3, faces 14 batters, 55 pitches, 5 hits, 5 runs, 3 walks, 1 strikeout, and a hit batter. It is 8-0. Hayden Hawkinson will be at the plate with the bases loaded. So all 3 base runners still belong to Rickard. Third pitcher used in game 2. And I can't, we've talked about it a little bit, but just not to overemphasize, it has been amazing this year how game 1 will go one way and game 2 will be completely different.
Yeah, completely different.
All right, Tater up, 0 for 2. Fly to right in the second, struck out in the first. Hayden Hawkinson. And he grounds one hard, foul of third base.
Stay up.
0-1. I think that you owe me.
First pitch.
If you throw Hayden Hawkinson a fastball on the first pitch, there's a good shot he's going to go after it. 0-1.
You know,
inside corner, and it's 0-2.
He's not the only Hawkinson to do that. Tristan used to do the same thing.
His brother liked to do that as well.
He did.
No balls, 2 strikes, bases loaded, 2 outs, 3 more runs home in the inning, and the 0-2 pitch.
Good
and
pitch.
Tater wastes a curveball, and it's still 0-2.
It's a good pitch and a great job of spoiling it.
Hayden, the 9th batter up in the inning. It started off with a Matthew Eddy pop up to the shortstop. And Hayden goes after an 0-2 pitch and a line drive base hit to left field. That'll score 1, and it'll score 2. A single and a pair of RBIs for Hayden Hawkinson. So Tater gets his first hit of the series, his 23rd of the year. And he drives in RBIs 21 and 22.
Number 32, third baseman, Caleb Manning. Now batting number 12, Matthew Eddy.
So 10-0 now, a run rule game. Run rule 15 after 3, 10 after 5. That curveball got out. Away from Lesh, up and away, saved by White. Ball 1 to Matthew Eddy. Matthew Eddy popped up to the shortstop. His last time up in this inning, he walked in the first. Fastball missing away to the left-handed batter, and it's 2-0. So Eddy led off the inning with it out. Matthew has either a chance to keep this inning going, or he'll be 2 of the 3 outs in the inning. 1 of the 2. 2-0 pitch. That's outside, ball 3. Reed Scott down at second. Hayden Hawkinson at first. Matthew Eddy at the plate with 2 outs. 5 runs home in the inning. 3 in the first, 2 in the second, and 5 in the third for the Crusaders. The 3-0 pitch. Strike right in there. It's 3-1. I don't think there was any doubt that Matthew was taking all the way there.
I think that's one of those ones where if you swing at it, you probably get yourself into a little bit of trouble.
You know, maybe you have a little bit more leadway up 10-0, but outside corner now 3-2. I think a 10-run lead is not a terrible time to go after a fastball, but now the count full with 2 outs. Runners can take off on contact here. There they go. And it's ball 4 outside. Actually, they take off on the pitch. So bases loaded again, and here's Bo Van Bruggen. Bo 1 for 2. Bo singled and scored in the third. Hit that ball to right field. He flied out to left in the first, and the pitch to Bo. Big cut. The breaking pitch away, and it's 0-1.
Bo was looking to park one there, I do believe.
Yes.
I mean, that wind's not blowing too hard. Maybe I do have enough.
0-1 pitch. A nice breaking pitch in the inside corner, and it's 0-2.
That's a tough pitch right there. That is a tough pitch by Lesh.
And so Buhler down to their final strike of the inning. Base is still loaded. They've scored 5 in the inning. 0-2 pitch. Bo lifts it back and out of play. Well, Dorado's 6 wins coming in and come against the bottom half of the league, Wellington, Winfield, and Rose Hill. They started the season with 6 straight losses against Collegiate, Circle, and Augusta. Three teams in the league came into today tied for second at 5-3. Buhler, Augusta, and Circle. Well, Buhler has won today. Augusta and Circle playing each other. That in Towanda. There's ball 1, 1-2. See if we can capture a score on that series. 1-2 pitch hit high in the air. Left center field. Center fielder going over.
Nice play.
Toward left to make the play, and the inning is over. But a big inning for the Crusaders.
That half inning of play, 5 runs on 4 hits, no
We will
errors.
go to the 4th inning of play. 5 runs, 4 hits in the inning for the Crusaders, who lead 10-0 here on HKFM and the Crusaders Sports Network.
Visit us at Buhler Dental Care. Our friendly and experienced staff is here to help give you the best care around, and we like to have some fun and get to know you while you spend time with us. From regular fillings, cleanings, dental implants, or even if we have to, extractions, we can provide the treatments you need. We are always accepting new patients, so be sure to call us at 620-543-2768 to schedule your next appointment, or email online at drdalds@gmail.com. Buhler Dental Care, providing healthy smiles with a gentle touch.
Allen Samuels and Hutch is not just the best choice for your new Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. They have an amazing selection of pre-owned vehicles as well, priced to fit your budget with new inventory arriving daily. Stop by and see for yourself on the giant corner of 30th and Lorraine, or shop online 24/7 at allensamuelshutch.com. Be sure to ask about their all-new credit rebuilding program too. Allen Samuels is a proud supporter of our community, and as Mr. Samuels always says,
come by, let's be friends.
Buhler Crusader Baseball on HKFM.
Well, Buhler with a comfortable 10-run lead as we go to the 4th. Bradley Neal back of the bump, and here's Matt.
It'll be Baker. Bradley has to go through 3, 4, 5 here in the top half of the 4th inning. Baker takes strike 1 called. Baker's played third base pretty well today. I thought he looked pretty good in game 1. He's made a curveball over for strike 2 called. And Baker's in a hole pretty quick. Well, unless something catastrophic happens, Buhler going to take this twin bill with El Dorado. I think there's no question that probably as Buhler looks back through the year, really feel like they let one get away against Augusta. There's a ball off the plate, 2-2.
Probably the same against Circle.
Yeah, and Really, we talked about it even in the MAC game. It was a tight ball game, I think, into the 4th inning before it kind of got away from them a little bit. There's a ball that's sprayed down the right field line. That's going to be fair, and that is going to go all the way to the corner. That is a long run for Levi. We can't see him even from where we're at. Ball comes into Tayden. Nice relay, but Baker in with a leadoff triple. That ball was laced right down the line, a line drive. Landed out there probably 50 feet past first base, and that was smoked.
Well, that's where you want to put the baseball.
Absolutely. There's nothing any defender can do about that. It's a long run for anyone to get there. So that'll bring in Jalen Rice, the center fielder, who takes called strike 1.
Well, that's an interesting move today. We were talking about the whatever you want to call them, Los Angeles
strike 2.
Anaheim, California Angels.
Released or designated for assignment.
Don't you think as a Hall of Famer you've earned a little bit more than that?
Well, I mean, ooh, that's a good pitch. I'm here to tell you, what did he sign? A 3-year or 10-year, $330 million deal? I think probably he'll get over it.
He's in the final year of that 10-year contract.
1-2. I got the numbers. I saw this today. That ball's lifted in the air to Bo. Bo's coming in. This will be interesting if they decide to.
Well, they will not advance.
And he would have been out. Bo throws a pitch that may have been a called strike to Mace McCabe.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a cell phone turned into the press box. If you're missing a cell phone,
I don't know.
come up to the press box to claim it.
Look, when you're making $30 million, I guess I don't feel too sorry for you.
Correct. So I saw these numbers today. Obviously, I'm a huge St. Louis Cardinals fan. In the 9 years with St. Louis, hit .328 with 445 homers.
He was amazing.
Oh, I think it was 3-time MVP. There's a strike 1. In the thank you, pinch hitter for Stringer. There's a ball grounded through the hole by Mankey. Grounded through the hole for a single into right field.
That'll score a run for the Wildcats and make it 10-1.
So, anyways, in those 9 years with St. Louis, bats .328, 445 home runs. In 10 years, really, with the Angels, .256 with 222 home runs. Let's say there's a ball outside, breaking pitch outside. St. Louis got the better end of that deal.
Fowler reminds me a lot of, you see guys sometimes the grass is greener and it's not always.
It's not always. Oh, that's a nice throw. Oh, they just called obstruction on Reed, saying that Reed is obstructing Mankey from getting back to the bag, and they're going to give him second base.
Pitch was a ball to Fowler, and then Bradley Neal tried to throw over to first, and they say that Reed obstructed the bag. Coach Neal wants an explanation.
So I remember.
I guess it's defensive interference there. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of Ken Griffey Jr., you know, what he was with Seattle. And although he wasn't terrible when he moved on, he was never the same.
Yeah. He had some. I got a chance to watch Ken Griffey because he played for the Reds. But I was going to say that year, I remember everybody in St. Louis was freaking out, and Cardinals offered Pujols, I think, 5 years, 180. And he turned it down for 10 years, 330.
Well, and the thing you'll never know is if he stays in St. Louis, does he bat 256 or whatever?
That's the thing.
You don't know.
Impossible to know. So back to Fowler, 1 ball. Mankey at second base, 1 out. There's a fastball right in, bearing in on the hands, fouled right into Mesa's glove. That's a strike. I love that pitch, buddy. Love that fastball bearing in on the hands. That Taylor.
Well, I can't imagine that somebody won't pick him up for something. Or do you think his career is just over?
I don't know the answer to that. There's another one. Same pitch. Fastball right in on the hands. Swing and a miss, and Fowler's in the hole. That's an interesting question. I mean,
nobody's going to want to pay him a ton of money.
Maybe the Buhler Nationals?
He could hit some balls out of this ballpark.
I'm here to tell you. Swing and a miss and a beautiful pitch. Mace is going to throw down to first on the ball in the dirt. So Fowler retired on the strikeout swinging, and now it's going to be Cavallero.
Yeah, if you make $30 million, I don't feel a ton sorry for you, but there is just something sad about a Hall of Famer being designated for assignment.
There's something really happy about a Hall of Famer being designated for assignment and then going home to count his $330 million. And that was after he'd already made over $100 million with St. Louis.
Yeah, he's going to do okay.
Yeah, he'll be just fine. So one strike to Cavallero. Well, they're messing with Mankey out at second base a little bit. Not going to let him get too big a lead, that's for sure. Ball grounded. Foul up the third base line.
This game has none of the pace the first one did.
It really does not.
Holy moly.
That first game just cooked along. Just cooked along.
10-0 El Dorado up on the softball side now. It's been a rough year for those ladies, but they have hung tough.
They have. Showed up every day. Fastball grounded at Tatum. He's going to field it, throw it, and Bradley's out of the inning. So Cavallero retired 4-3. It's going to be 1 run on 2 hits. No errors. Buhler up 10-0 as we head to the bottom of 4th. This is Crusader Sports Network, NHK FM.
Many humans can attest the pain of arthritis can affect the quality of their lives. This pain also affects our dogs and even has the potential to prematurely end their lives. Hi, this is Dr. Randy Smith from Apple Lane Animal Hospital. We have seen an explosion of canine anti-inflammatory drugs and joint support supplements. Dog owners can now help ease the aches and pains of arthritis and return these affected pets to a walk in the park or a game of fetch. For more information about these medications and the care of canine arthritis, call us at Apple Lane Animal Hospital, 662-0515.
At Dick's Phillips 66, our family has kept motorists on the road for nearly 60 years. Hi, this is Janet Dick, inviting you to stop by our locally owned station at 1215 East 4th in Hutch. Dick's offers top-tier gasoline, grab-and-go food options, and friendly service. Wherever you're headed, every journey begins with a stop at Dick's Phillips 66, 4th and Stevens in Hutch.
Newfeld's Flooring, your experts in design and installation of carpet, tile, wood, and vinyl floor covering. Proudly sponsoring Buhler High School activities, Newfeld's Flooring in downtown Buhler.
Buhler Crusader Baseball on HKFM.
Well, here we go. Bottom of 4, Buhler up 10-1. It's going to be Jeffrey Neal, and then I don't know if we're going to have a pinch hitter next. I haven't seen the...
Levi's due up.
Levi's due up, but I haven't seen him out on deck yet. But sometimes Levi takes his good, sweet time getting there. I think that's
he's
him
out.
coming out. So Jeffrey and Levi and Austin to face Chase Lesh. There's a ball. I've got the binoculars so I could see. And Chase may have redder hair than Brock McCurdy does.
Really?
Yeah.
I see that from the back.
I mean, it's
red.
It's pretty red. So I kind of want to see, like, at some point, there's a strike. I want to see a battle of the redheads here. See who's got the best redhead on the baseball team. El Dorado or Buhler. I mean, I know the answer to that, but There's a ball over low, 2-1.
I want to mention our softball seniors, Kaylin Lindblom, Cassidy Gregg, and Haley Flynn. After they graduated a huge senior class last year.
That ball's hit a mile in the air back behind second base, and this is no man's land.
I don't think anybody ever saw it.
I think the shortstop saw it, and he was pointing to the second baseman.
Who never saw it.
I don't think the second baseman ever saw it. Yeah.
And the center fielder couldn't get there in time.
Yep.
That was hit just in that Bermuda Triangle area between three defenders.
It seems like a lot of times this year, Aaron, we've seen balls hit into that type of an area. It just seems like more so this year than I remember in the past. A ton of balls just kind of missed or popped up.
Hey, it's been a good series for this guy.
Yeah, no kidding. Couple of hits, a walk, stolen base. Takes high, less sets, delivers. There's a strike outside corner. 1-1.
Our soccer seniors will be honored next week. They finish up at home, I want to say next Thursday with Nickerson.
The ball's lifted foul. I think that's going to get out of play. It is. So Levi in a hole 1 and 2.
There are a number of soccer seniors, a whole bunch of them.
We're going to get a runner real quick here for Jeffrey. It looks like Sam's coming in to run. Wonder if Sam doesn't come in and then go play third base in the bottom half or the top half of the inning.
Number 10, the catcher.
Mac won in the JV second game 7-6.
Good game. So 1 and 2 on Levi. There's a ball lined into left field for a second opposite field line drive single.
So for that is not what I got texted. JV baseball game 2 8-7 over Mac. Lost game 1 4-5.
Now batting number 3.
Just got texted that.
There you have it. Perhaps you should check your sourcing before you say something.
Well, I should.
Aren't you a media member? So 2 on,
I'm
no
just
out.
here doing my thing, man.
2 on, no out. And let's see if we don't get a double steal. I think we're going to. Sam in at third, Levi in at second. And Levi, now the beneficiary of the stolen base there, catches Austin back up.
They are tied once again.
Of course, he didn't have to run very hard. That's the perfect kind of stolen base for me. There's a ball away from Austin.
So here in the bottom of the 4th inning, the potential winning run at third base. Now, Brad still has to go and get 3 outs in the 5th, and the game would be over if they score a run here in this inning.
It's a ball that dribbles away from the catcher, White.
Buhler is 8-0 in run rule games this year. Isn't that crazy? They have run ruled half their opponents.
It is crazy. I was sitting here thinking, that ball's lifted in the air to center field. Coming in, the ball gets away from the center fielder. He has to dive to get it. Levi was tagging. Obviously, Sam tagging on a ball coming in. Levi tags, and so he's only able to go to third, and Coach Neal's having the talk with him right now. That's probably one where we go halfway. So Austin is not going to be happy with the contact, but Austin gets a double on that, does he not? I don't think that hit Rice's glove. So Austin reaches on a pop fly double that gets away from the center fielder, White.
11-1 now.
And just the situation you were talking about, if Buhler can hold in the bottom or the top half of the inning, that'll be the ball game. Bradley hits a ball high in the air, drives the center fielder back. That's going to be another run. Levi's going to score. Austin stays at second. Bradley picks up another RBI on a sac fly to center.
Austin Span stays at second base.
Yeah. So now 12-1, and boy, I don't know who could have seen this coming after a scintillating 2-1 pitchers duel in the first game. I think they're out of baseballs. They've hit so many balls foul. I think that's what's happening here. After a 2-1 game that was won in the bottom of the 7th inning by Buhler in the first one, Buhler has just turned on the offense.
Is there a game out there that goes through more balls than baseball?
No, probably not. There's a big bender over for a called strike.
We probably talked about this when I was a kid at my home ballpark.
You get 50 cents, right? Or a
quarter every time you bring the ball back to the stadium, back to the press box.
I can remember a couple years ago when we were there, when Brigham must have been his senior year. And I remember Bryson leaving that day with a whole pocket full of quarters. Yeah. There's a ball, gets away from the catcher. Austin's going to advance on the pass ball.
It's a way to not go through quite as many balls.
Without a doubt. All those little kids return the balls and get suckers or gum or whatever it is. There's a ball popped straight up. Catcher's got a play on it. Settling under it. Oh, nice play. That's a nice play by White, the catcher. And Ryan's retired on the pop out to White, the catcher. That ball was hit really high in the air. I think Ryan is really frustrated with himself right here.
Now, if you were in the sandlot, you wouldn't have you'd taken the ball over the money.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Then you wouldn't have had to.
Well, I'm here to tell you, if your dad is a baseball coach, you would do the same thing, because you know those baseballs are worth a whole lot more than.
You wouldn't have had to use your dad's George Brett or
that's right,
Babe Ruth ball.
There's a called strike to Reeder. Yeah, I think
13-0 now, Eldo. 4th inning in softball.
Reed hits a pop fly on the infield. It's going to be another one for the catcher. Nice play. So the catcher gets a workout here in the downside of the 4th inning. White retires Reed on a pop out.
No errors.
2 runs, 3 hits, no errors. 12-1 Buhler ball game. We head to the top of the 5th, see if Bradley can finish it up. You're listening to Crusader Sports Network and HKFM.
When disaster strikes your home or business, shop local. Hi, this is Robin Swanson. My husband Ryan and I and our team at Phoenix Restoration are proud to be Reno County's only locally owned fire and water restoration company. When pipes break, fire strikes, or the unthinkable hits your home or business, call us. With over 10 years of experience, we know how to help you recover. Check us out at phoenixrestorationandroofing.com. Phoenix Restoration. We'll help you rise again after your disaster.
From their beginnings in 1989, Wifco Steel Products has grown to be the premier supplier of storage tank hardware in the U.S. and Canada, and they're still growing. Apply today at wifcosp.com. Wifco Steel Products, the experts in steel fabrication.
For more than 90 years, Hutchinson Community College has been the premier 2-year educational institution in Kansas, offering the highest quality education at an exceptional value. Schedule a personal campus tour today to learn more about what we have to offer. Visit hutchcc.edu/admissions for more information.
Buhler Crusader Baseball on HKFM.
Well, here we go to the top of the 5th inning. 3 outs ends the game. Crusader Baseball leading 12-1. And Bradley Neal back on the bump. And there's a base hit. First pitch to left field. leadoff batter aboard.
Now batting number 9, Jaden Sundgren.
That was Lesh, the new pitcher, who singles to left.
Leading off for the Crusaders, Rosenberg, Solomon, Garcia.
So 1 on, nobody out. And here is the left fielder, Jaden Sundgren. He takes outside corner, strike 1. Bradley Neal working his 5th inning here in game 2, looking for win number 5. 4-1 coming into the contest. 0-1 pitch. Hit into center field. Austin Spann to his left, right on it, and there's one away.
And he just glides to the ball. Such a good outfielder.
That'll bring up the shortstop, Drew Veach. Drew Veach 1 for 2. Grounded out in the 3rd. He singled in the 1st. 12 runs, 12 hits for Buhler, a run off 4 hits for Eldo. Throw to first. Runner back safely. Crusader baseball today brought to you by the Mid-Kansas Credit Union, by Ray & Sons Roofing, by Hutchinson Community College, and by Adams Brown Strategic Allies and CPAs. Pitch from Bradley.
Ooh.
Right in there, a strike, 0-1.
That was dirty. Dirty, dirty, dirty.
Good luck to our tennis team in regionals tomorrow. Track and field at Salina tomorrow. Bradley set, checks the runner, peeks over his left shoulder in the pitch, and wastes a pitch. Time called by the home plate umpire. We have seen that more this year.
Agreed.
And part of me says once the pitcher is into his windup, I know it's a cat and mouse game, but once the pitcher is into his windup, curveball away, hit off the end of the bat, foul right side by Veach. It's 0-2. 6 strikeouts for Brad in the game. Bradley at 65 pitches here. And the 0-2. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Strikeout number 7.
Boy, what a great pitch. Great pitch, great location.
So El Dorado down to their final batter here in the 5th.
Number 4, Gannon White.
And it'll be Gannon White.
Third baseman number 25, Emmy Solomon.
Gannon White has previously struck out in the game, looking for his first hit. Runner still at first. Fastball upstairs, ball 1. Monday, 4-6 from Mulvane to conclude the regular season. Regional pairings will come out on Wednesday. We'll know where Buhler will be and who they'll be against. Soccer now up 2-1 in their match over at Crusader Stadium. Throw to first, runner back safely. For sure, if they win 2 at Mulvane, they'll be home for regionals. 1-0 pitch, fastball in there, 1-1.
Be nice to host here at home, wouldn't it?
Aren't going to be any give-me's. I mean, you look at that. Really, the top 9 are pretty solid. Andale's all the way down at 8. 2-1 now on Gannon White. Runner at first with 2 away in a 12-1 game. Bradley set and the delivery. Outside corner, and it's 2-2.
Yeah, you know, it's going to be hard. So right now, if it finished, Buhler would be the 2-7, right?
If it finished
this way
today, coming into today, they would have had Concordia here at 8-6.
I sure feel a whole lot better about that than I do about having to go through Circle again. That Circle team is a team that can get you.
Circle would be at Mac if things ended today, but Circle and Augusta playing each other, you know something's going to change there. There's a pitch fouled off, still 2-2. Very curious to see how that series comes out. Winfield at Mac today. Andale at Rose Hill. Wellington at Mulvane. Collegiate at Clearwater. There's a line drive. Ryan Henderson reaches up, stabs it out of the night sky, and that's your game. So Buhler will earn their 9th run rule win of the year.
Buhler Crusaders 12, Dorado Wildcats 1.
And although the game one certainly was a nail biter to the finish, Buhler down 1-0 going into the bottom of the 6th. Scores a run in the 6th and a run in the 7th to win it 2-1. Never any doubt in this game as Buhler puts 12 runs on the board and they win it in 4.5 innings by a score of 12-1. So they sweep the series. And the Crusaders now 15-3 on the year. They improved to 7-3 in league play. El Dorado, after having their 6-game win streak snapped in game one, they're now 7-9 and 2-6. Buhler wins it 12-1. We're back with the totals right after this.
You're listening to Crusader Baseball on HKFM. Stay tuned for the Shirt Shack postgame show. Shirt Shack, where the shirt hits the fans. Coming up, we'll revisit today's game with a Mid-Kansas Credit Union game recap and select the Wifco Steel Products Player of the Game.
As your American Family Insurance agent in Hutchinson, I'm looking out for what matters to you, even when nothing's wrong. This is Sheila Metzger, agent at the Sheila Metzger Agency. Call me at 665-0400 and let's talk about your insurance needs today.
American Family Insurance.
1947. It was the year the Mackenzie Paint and Body Shop opened for business. That's over 70 years they've been serving the Mid-Kansas area with quality workmanship, excellent refinishing, paint, and restoration. Mackenzie Paint and Body Shop specializes in foreign and domestic vehicles. Insurance claims are welcome and 24-hour towing and recovery service is available. At Mackenzie Paint and Body Shop, they take the dents out of accidents. Just over the bridge at 45 Kansas Avenue in South Hutchinson.
I have children that are younger in grade school, and then I have high school children who go to see Dr. Ediger. I was super impressed with how he made my daughter feel so comfortable. Dr. Ediger is great with all ages. He does an awesome job.
Hi, this is Dr. Corey Ediger, inviting you and your family to call me at 663-9136. That's 663-9136. Or stop by my office on East 30th to make an appointment today at Ediger Family Dental.
Their patients come first.
Erickson Custom Building has a great plan and a budget suited for your needs. Whether it's a new build, a remodel of a kitchen, interior, exterior, or an insurance restoration project, Erickson Custom Building provides quality craftsmanship and superior customer service. We stand behind our work and have lasting relationships with vendors, suppliers, and most importantly, with you, the customer. Erickson Custom Building, proud to support all high school activities. Call 620-585-2816 or visit EricksonCustomBLDG.com.
Buhler Crusader Baseball on HKFM.
And back here to Wheatland Park, our coverage today brought to you in part by Idea Tech, by the Prairie Bank of Kansas, also by Buhler Dental Care, by Dix Phillips 66, by Newfelt's Flooring, by Phoenix Restoration, and by Wifco Steel Products. Buhler wins game one 2-1. They come back in the nightcap, and the bats come alive 12-1 the final. Buhler came into the series averaging 12 runs a game, and they scored 12 in this one. 12 runs, 12 hits. Buhler put 3 on the board in the first, 2 in the second, 5 in the third, and 2 in the fourth. El Dorado's only run off 5 hits came in the fourth inning. Our game recap brought to you by Mid-Kansas Credit Union. Take control of your accounts online at mkcu.com. People helping people. Bradley Neal tosses 5 innings, gave up 5 hits, 1 run. No walks, 6 strikeouts for the complete game victory. And for Bradley, that is his 5th win of the year in his 6th start. El Dorado uses 3 different pitchers. Gannon White only pitched an inning and gave up 3 runs off 3 hits. Rickard and Lesh combined allowed 8 runs. And El Dorado loses it. Multi-hit games in game 2. Austin Spann 2 for 3. Bradley Neal 2 for 3. Levi Atherton 2 for 2. Boy, look at that, 9, 1, and 2 with a combined 6 hits, and that's pretty good for those guys to get on in front of the big boppers.
Yeah, and all those guys that can run, right? You put pressure on the defense when you do that. And, you get those guys on. It just has a cumulative effect. The pitcher has to deal with so much more pressure. 1 or 2 mistakes can really turn the tide of a game at that point.
Reed Scott also had a pair of hits in the game. Coach, typically in our pregame sessions, reiterates to me every week, if we play defense, we'll be okay. Well, we had 2 really stellar defensive plays in game 1. Buhler was solid. They come back, no errors in game 2. And our Dix Phillips 66 Phillip of the game right away in the 1st inning. Bradley gave up back-to-back hits. He had 2nd and 3rd.
That's right.
And nobody out. Gets a ground ball, I think a pop-up and a strikeout. And then the next batter up with 2 outs hits that weak pop-up behind first base in shallow right field, and Tayden Hawkinson made a beautiful diving stab.
Yeah, I think Tayden slid into foul territory when he finally caught the ball. He ran a long way to get there, and it wasn't a pop fly. It was a sinking liner. I mean, it was a beautiful, beautiful play. We were talking off the air that maybe the defensive play of the year there in that one spot. What a fantastic play.
You never know how a play like that changes the game. If El Dorado gets 2 runs early, certainly
absolutely
it could be a different game, so you just never know.
Yeah, sure. That gets Buhler out of the inning. Bradley settles down, gets into a rhythm, pounds the strike zone. I was looking at the numbers. I think the thing that's really impressive to me, Bradley throws 73 pitches, 52 of them strikes. I mean, Bradley just pounded the strike zone. You're able to get out of that 1st inning, and all of a sudden things feel way better. It's a good ball game.
Extra base hits in the game for Henderson, Neal, and Spann. Get our player of the game. One other note, Austin Spann was 2 for 3 with a pair of RBIs, and maybe that's something that gets his bat really going. And he would just be an added bonus if he got hot late in the year. So
absolutely, and he's a kid that's able to put so much pressure on the defense going back to that speed. And again, you can get, if you can get 9-1-2 on base all the time, your offense can do a lot of really cool things.
Our Wifco Steel Products player of the game, from storage tanks to steel walkways, stairways, and platforms. Wifco Steel Products, the expert in steel fabrication. Online at wifcosp.com. Bradley Neal, the complete game victory on the bump. He goes 2 for 3 at the plate, scores 3 runs, and drives in 4. And he did a fantastic job today in getting the win. And, solid, pretty good on the mound too. And good job by that young man.
Absolutely.
So, good stuff. Buhler wins 2. And they're 15-3, and at the end of the day, what really matters is for them is they did what they needed to do.
Do what they needed to do. Take care. You got to win the games you're supposed to win. I think everybody felt like these were 2 games they needed to win. Now you got to figure out a way. Mulvane is always tough.
Mulvane's not a bad team.
No, and they've got good athletes. They always have really good athletes. So you've got to get out there. You got to win 2 at Mulvane, and then we'll head back here for regionals.
Yeah, and I was looking at Mulvane. They came into today 11-5, so they're not a bad team at all. They don't score a ton of runs, but they also don't give a ton up. They average less than 4 runs given up a game, and so that has the potential to be a couple close games.
Yeah, I do think there's probably some real value in the fact that Buhler played a game like this one in game 1, where Buhler's not been in a ton of close games, and they play a tight game. They come out victorious. They get that feeling a little bit, because at some point, if it's not Mulvane, then it may be in Sub-State. And if it's not at Sub-State, then surely they're able to get to the state tournament. They're going to find themselves in a tight game. And you've got to be able to continue to produce under that pressure.
Defense wins those games.
Absolutely.
So a sweep here today. We'll see you Monday in Mulvane, 4-6, 3:40 for our Midway Motors drive to the game. Last we saw was 7 minutes to play. Soccer was up on Rose Hill 2-1. Good luck to our tennis team. Regionals tomorrow with Buck Balzer, and our track and field guys and gals go to Salina. Matt, thank you.
Absolutely.
Have a good weekend, my friend.
I'll see you.
Happy garage sailing.
I'll be coaching softball.
Hey, I'm coming out to watch on Saturday for a little bit.
Fantastic. I'll see you here.
I'll try not to heckle you too much.
I mean, I guess you can heckle 10-year-old girls if you'd like to.
Hey, throw that coach out of the game.
Oh, that's dirty.
He plays dirty.
I don't.
All right, Heinze, good job today. Our CSN partners. And we'll see you Monday. For Matt Atherton, Aaron West, you've been listening to Crusader Baseball here on HKFM, the Crusader Sports Network. Have a pleasant good evening.
Hello, Kansas. I'm Tamara Hamel, the Customer Care Manager here at Next Tech Wireless. I want to make sure that you know if you ever